Okay, well, we have a pretty hefty agenda tonight, so I think we'll start. Hopefully Joe will show. So I'd like to open up the Madison Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency meeting on April 1, 2024. We have in attendance Lee Schumacher, myself, Kayla Freidenberg, Anna Loss, Tom Clancy, and Martin Brogy, as well as all of our applicants and other participants. So our first order of operations are two public hearings. So we have 23-68, 454 Horsepond Road. This is a meeting that has been continued, and the applicant would like to continue this meeting until our May 6th meeting. So I think we should make a motion and vote to continue this until the May 6th meeting. Unless, so is there anything else from town staff before we move on from that?
Nope.
Okay,
Okay, I'll move that we continue the public hearing for 2368 454 Horsepond Road until our next meeting, which is on May 6th.
I'll second.
all right. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of continuing this, raise your hands, say aye.
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 Excellent. Okay. So that is continued. Our next public hearing is 24-06, 241 Neck Road. And I believe we need to open this.
Yes. So I could read the legal.
Okay.
I'm just gonna bring over. I don't know who else I need to bring over. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, are you going to read the legal?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Just lost it on my screen. Legal notice, Madison Inland Wetland Agency, Madison, Connecticut. Notice is hereby given that the agency will hold a public hearing on Monday, April 1st, 2024 at 7 p.m. The meeting will be conducted remotely as a Zoom online webinar. The public is invited to attend by joining the webinar through either the webinar link or the call-in information below. Public participation information is www.zoom.us, password 954207, call in 1-646-558-8656, webinar ID 997-6478-2100. Further details about how to participate in the webinar are posted on the Town of Madison website, www.MadisonTV.org. Application materials will be posted to the website under the calendar link to the meeting. Questions and/or comments can be emailed to the landuse@MadisonCT.org up to 24 hours in advance of the meeting. Application 24-06, 241 Neck Road, map 12, lot 103-1, owner applicant Andrew Corwin and Pamela D'Arc, regulated activity installation of a water main through inland wetland and within 100 feet of an upland review area. At this hearing, written comments and communication will be received and interested parties will be heard. Dated this 11th day of March, 2024. Kayla Friedenberg.
Okay. And I see, so I just want to acknowledge that Joe Boudreau has joined us. Just excellent, Joe. All right. So I guess I'll make a motion that we open the public hearing for 24-06, 241 Neck Road.
I'll second it.
I'll second. I'll third.
Excellent. We can vote. All in favor of opening this public hearing? Yes, excellent. All right. All right, so the public hearing's open. So typically what we do is we hear from the applicant who, and I see we have those from the applicant here. I'll just note that the town did request, because this is a significant activity, the town did request a third-party review. So we have Eric Davison here representing the third party for the town. But we'll first hear from the applicant. So if you guys want to take it away and explain the project. Oh, muted.
How's that, better?
Much better.
Okay, sounds good. Chuck Mandel, agent for the applicant, Andrew Corwin, who is, I see his name underneath there, Bob Russo, soil scientist, also helped with gave a report also and helped with some of the ENS concerns. So this project is a 241 Neck Road. It was a previously approved subdivision. They did have, it said on their plan that we received, that they did have rights to run water and electricity down the existing upland right-of-way. Subsequently, when we went to go for the permits, the Connecticut Water Company quoted a statute to us that stated that you are not allowed to run the water line between two properties that are not owned in fee. So they'll allow us to run a water line through one property that's not owned in fee. And when I say fee, that's ownership of the land. And we had to go through two. So the only way to do that is with an exemption from PURA, the Public Utility Regulatory Authority. PURA does not grant waivers unless you demonstrate that you've attempted every avenue to get water through conventional means. Connecticut Water, State Health Department says if you're within 200 feet of a public water line, that you have to connect to that water line. So once again, we're kind of forced into this position to try to get water through the area that's owned in fee. Unfortunately, the area that's owned in fee through the water line is actually through the wetland area. So we did come up with a plan to try to get the water line through the wetland area, and Bob can speak more about the erosion control effects of the wetlands. Once the water line's through, it's about going to be 5 feet deep. It's going to be put in through, I spoke to a contractor who has experience with this, Anthony LaFata. He's a very well-known excavation contractor in this area. In talking with him, we came up with this plan that you see before you, putting in several well points to get the water out of the trench, and we will have mats put down, excavate, lay the trench down, lay the line down, 1-inch water line, and then just backfill it and just move along the area. It's about 160 feet by scale through the wetland area. It's very wet right now. It would only be done during the driest part of the summer. It was when we're proposing the actual work. If there are any specific, so that's really the gist of the whole project, is running a water line 5 feet deep through the wetlands. Right now, it's really our only option, and that's why we're here to go forward with this.
Okay. Mr. Russo,
If there are any
did you
specific
wanna-
questions, yeah, so, okay, and we did get a report from Bob Russo, and I could jump down to the very last sentence. Yes, there is an effect on the wetlands. Yes, it's disruption of the wetlands, but there is no long-term effect. During the walk, it was almost impenetrable. You couldn't even get through there at this point. So it would probably revert to the same exact condition it was of invasives.
If you would like, this is Bob Russo. If you would like, I can go through my report as well.
Well, I guess we can take a second. Are there any questions. I know some of the agency members were on the site walk for this. Are there any questions that you want to ask Mr. Mandel right now, or that you specifically have for Mr. Russo? And then, yes, I guess we can hear your report. Okay, it's all quiet there on the screens.
Well,
So
I guess I have one. The contractor is going to have to clear a swath through there to get his equipment in. How wide do you expect that swath to be?
Yeah, so the machinery is about 8 feet wide. So we show on our plan about a 15-foot wide area of
Okay.
clear.
through the entire wetland,
Right.
Yes,
through the line that you have drawn through the
correct.
wetland.
You're right. It's from Neck Road all the way down to the site into the upland. So it's, like I said, it's about 160 linear feet. But we're not going to be removing material. It's just excavation and replace.
So you're not removing vegetation that you are cutting through, but
Well,
you're just leave it?
Well, I mean, we're not planning on removing it off site. We're just going to backfill the trench with the material. So it'll get crushed, but it won't get removed.
Okay. All right, so I guess, Mr. Russo, you could go through, you don't have to go, through, we've seen the report, but you could go through and kind of give us some highlights.
Sure. Thank you. For the record, my name is Bob Russo. I'm a soil scientist with CLA Engineers in Norwich, Connecticut. As you probably know, the site that we're talking about is south of Neck Road. And from Neck Road, the entrance to the site slopes down pretty steeply. There's a fairly short, quick drop down to the wetland. The vegetation in the upland at the area of the proposed water line is quite thick. Those of you that went on the walk, I'm sure, saw that. And as well, the vegetation on the opposite side of the wetland is quite thick. This wetland is an isolated depression in the landscape. The soils here are glacial outwash soils, sand and gravel in the upland, but organic soils in the wetland itself. You can imagine if you walked out into that wetland, you would sink in pretty deeply. It looks like a little kettle hole to me, where there was a shallow depression left after the glacial melt, and there was a chunk of ice in there that made essentially a little depression and a little pond. Looking out across the wetland, you can see that it's very persistently wet. You see cattails out there, button bushes out there, standing water in the pictures in my report. So you know that this is pretty wet. And as Chuck Mandel mentioned, the time of year to do this would have to be during the dry time of year in the summer. Even at that, the hydrology of this wetland means it's going to be, there'll probably be some standing water there, or at least saturation to the surface. The vegetation reflects that hydrology. This is primarily a marsh, again, with cattail, with other species that are emergent. It does present some typical wetland functions. There's amphibian habitat there. The dates of my report were not necessarily the greatest time to look for things out there. I was out there March 3rd and March 20th, 2023, January 20th of this past year. But I could certainly document that it supports amphibian habitat. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple turtle species in there as well. But it is kind of an isolated pocket of habitat. It's really surrounded by residential development. So while the hydrology appears correct for things like wood frogs and spotted salamanders, if they do occur there, I don't expect that this is a really significant resource, a significant vernal pool in those terms. On a local basis, it definitely provides some wildlife habitat. There's some nice thick cover in there. So there are certainly some bird species that are going to take advantage of that. And as a local wetland resource, it definitely has some values. You can see that Stevens and Associates is well coordinated with Natural Diversity Database, because there is a Natural Diversity Database blob in this area, but Connecticut DEP responded that they don't think that this is going to have a negative effect on whatever it is that's out there. I think more importantly, what Chuck Mandel outlined for you is that the construction of this would have to be done carefully. The ENS and dewatering would have to be done very carefully as well. The nature of these soils is that there's a lot of organic matter there. It holds a lot of water. The contractor, for example, the type that Chuck spoke to, would be staging things on mats, could put in well points to draw down the water level. We'll have to designate some discharge areas using velocity dissipation as well, probably using some silt sacks just to catch anything, to catch any sediments. So this would have to be a very careful operation. You can envision that there would be a corridor, a strip cutting right through this wetland about 160 feet long, where they would have to run equipment through, stage on mats, and I've specified in my letter that they should replace this existing organic soil. They should put it right back in where it came from. This is a good matrix for plant growth for the types of plants that are out there. And I would suspect that there's, good root stock and good seed stock in that soil, and the plants that are already out there are going to come back in. There is some Phragmites out here already. I think one thing that's helpful here is that there's enough deeper water out there that Phragmites wouldn't be very tolerant of. And I expect the Phragmites would hang out in the areas of shallower water where it tends to prosper anyway. Again, there's not going to be permanent filling of the wetland here. There's definitely going to be impacts due to the installation of it, but it's the kind of thing where a few years down the road, when the vegetation grows back in, after the line is installed, if things are done right, if the plans are followed, there shouldn't be any long-lasting impacts out here. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission as well.
I guess I have a question, and I guess we'll hear more from the third party as well after we get that report. But that's a obviously significant disturbance, and Phragmites, as you know, is pretty good at getting into disturbed areas. And I guess disturbing 160 feet throughout a wetland would give it an opportunity to get in. And I get what you're saying about the deeper water, but it seems like, saying there's no long lasting effects, if everything is done right, it sounds like there's a lot of possibilities there where it might not go right, depending on what happens, especially with something like Phragmites or other invasive species. So when you expose that soil for however long it is, you're disturbing this area and creating great habitat for invasives. And it sounds like currently, at least within the basin, it seems to be mostly native species. So that's a comment and I guess a question as well.
Sure. No, that's a point well taken. There is a good bit of multiflora rose around there, which is considered invasive. But if the commission wanted to request controls for invasive species, over a period of time, I think that would absolutely be in order.
And I guess the other question is, and maybe this is a better time of year to see this, is I think I have heard wood frogs calling down there, but of course that needs to be documented. And if for some kind of, and I don't think I saw it in any report, but for this type, or maybe I missed it, for this type of activity, what is often encouraged or required is someone to document if there were turtles, like spotted turtles or whatever down there, to monitor those kind of species, especially given the extent of disturbance being proposed. Is that something that I missed in your report, or was it?
I didn't call for monitoring for species like turtles or wood frogs. I did indicate that I expected those could be present on the site as well. And again, I think that's something that would certainly be reasonable for the commission to request, as should they decide to issue a permit. I think those are very reasonable things to ask for.
Other members of the agency, if you have questions for either Mr. Mandel or Mr. Russo. Joe, go ahead.
All right. Hey, Bob, how are you? It's Joe.
Hi.
So does this wetland have a special 50-foot buffer where no activity is allowed? whereas other wetlands simply have an upland review area where activity could happen. Does this one have a no activity buffer
There,
around it?
I can answer that. There is on the plan, it shows a non-disturbance area on there.
Okay,
And that was one of the conditions that the Inland Wetlands Commission had imposed earlier on. So this would be a temporary modification of that
okay.
condition.
Now, this wetland, being that it was probably a former chunk of ice that melted, would in freezing conditions, would the soils be more frozen deeper than say a normal area where it's needed to be 6 feet down for utilities? Would you think that this wetland, it has to be deeper because it's more of a compact wet area?
I don't think the frost line is necessarily going to be different here. I don't think
Okay.
you need to go any deeper than the regs require, than the building codes require.
Okay, so this pocket kettle wetland wouldn't be more saturated than, say, a regular wetland. So if I
Correct.
had if I had a concern about a water pipe 6 feet down, would it fracture at a higher rate here than a regular wetland?
Just to answer that quickly, Joe, Chuck Mandel,
Yep.
it's not, it won't be a steel pipe. It's not a conventional cast iron pipe that's going in there. This is a 1-inch PVC line that has certain tolerances for expansion and contraction.
Okay.
But then again, I do not believe this is an issue for freezing.
So I heard earlier something about a 15-foot wide path has to be cleared,
For construction, yes.
and the channel for the pipe would be probably 3 feet wide?
Yeah,
or
bucket
4
width,
feet?
yes, yep, yes,
Okay.
yep.
Okay, that's my questions.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Erin Mannix for the record. I'm just following up on the regulations for the water main. My understanding is you're allowed to cross over one property, but not two. Is that what you said, Chuck?
Yeah, that's correct, Aaron. That's the Pura regulation. That's not Connecticut water, that's Pura.
Yeah, so my question goes to the east side of the gravel driveway. Has that been explored as a possibility with the property owners, as the property owners are, I believe, the same, both on the east side and the west side of the existing right-of-way and easement? Has that been considered to expand that right-of-way to the east of the gravel driveway on the adjacent property so that you would not need that exception? Have you entered into any conversations to
Yeah,
explore that?
yes, we've spoken to the property owner, and that's not likely that's not an option anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
This is Martin. I have a question. Chuck, you said that the trench was going to be 5 feet deep.
Yes, that's Connecticut water. So yes, it will be 5 feet.
And is that
Deep,
5
correct.
feet below water or 5 feet below the sediment?
5 feet below
soil
the
wetland?
5 feet below the sediment.
Okay, and I noticed, Bob, that the water line seems to come in at least on the sort of upper edge of topography, on the sort of side of the wetland. It looks like it does slope up a little bit in the area where the water line runs. Is there standing water there typically where this line is running?
Within the wetland, there is standing water for much of the year along the alignment of the water line.
Okay. Isn't it going to be difficult to control the water and pump it out? Or are we going to use trench boxes or cofferdams? Or if we've got standing water freeboard over the excavation area, I don't see how you can pump down the entire wetland. Or are we not expecting to? Are we going to be installing that line sort of in the wet and
Yeah.
then covering it over as we move along? Is that the plan?
Yeah, so Martin, I can answer that. In speaking with Anthony LaFata today, he did mention trench boxes. It depends on the conditions and how wet it is in August or late August when it's at the driest condition. I have not been out there in the summer, so I can't talk to whether it dries out or not. But we will have certain well points that run along and with the matting. So Anthony was expecting that we can dig and backfill as we go and use those well points to dry things out as we go.
Wow. And,
So yes, standing water is a concern, but it can be mitigated with the well points and the trench
and
box.
is the water line itself a flexible type pipe, or is it going to be a hard pipe installation?
So it'll be a 1-inch PVC pipe that's that can just lay right out in one length. There are no connections. It's one
Great. So it comes in a
long
roll
length
that
of
they can just
PVC.
roll it into the trench and backfill.
That is
It's
correct.
much more efficient. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No bedding?
Yes.
What about bedding, Chuck? Does it have to be
So-
stone?
Yes, so there might be, depending on the underlying material, it's up to the water company. There may be 6 inches of sand underneath, and with a one of those strips that they put in there, a warning strip, a warning tape on top of it.
So you're saying that you're gonna dig this 5 feet deep and put sand at the bottom?
Depending on the underlying, there may be sand. It depends what we find as we dig. Another way to alleviate not using sand, Hilo, would be if we put in a 4-inch sleeve, and then that would require no sand at all.
Is that your decision, Chuck, or is that the water company's decision?
It's going to be field conditions as we go. We're not really sure. We haven't done any testing within that area. So I suspect the soil testing that we did do in the upland was sandy material, and Bob could let you know what the soils are like adjacent to it, but that'll be a in the field decision once we start digging. But so it would either be sleeved with a 4-inch pipe, or it would be a sand bed, a 6-inch sand bed.
How often do these water mains, water pipes need to be maintained, or how often do they break? Or if there was something to happen and you have this 160 feet pipe underneath a wetland and something were to happen, you'd have to obviously access it. Do you know approximately how often or what the likelihood is of that happening?
I do not know, probably something this commission wouldn't have to worry about, but I don't know how long they do last. I'm sure they're rated to last 30 years. If I had a guess, I'm not sure, but there's no degradation. It's not subject to sunlight. They're just sitting in the water.
Right, but wetlands, wetland formation, wetlands are dynamic environments, and probably, as Bob alluded to, you have a lot of organic sediment that has been building up over time. So I can imagine that also over time, you'd have a lot more sediment building up on top of this pipe that may or may not be able to handle it.
Yeah,
Just-
I mean, it's going to be under pressure, so I don't see it getting crushed at all. But I can't answer how long those PVC pipes. I could find out if you want, but I have no idea how long they last.
Okay.
I have a question for Bob. Bob, since you were out there poking around with your hand auger, you encountered the organic soil, you see the water level, maybe you imagine it during the drier season. How do you envision this going in? Will the organic soils and the water be wanting to flow into the trench as they dig? Is it going to be a big soupy mess, or does it seem to you to be feasible to get this in and move it right along, as proposed? What are your thoughts knowing the conditions of the wetland there and the fact they've got to go 5 feet deep?
Sure. It's going to be soupy. The soil itself, the surrounding soil is glacial outwash. It's mapped as a Hankley soil. It's sand and gravel. So at some elevation below that organic matter, you're going to hit sand and gravel again. it's hard to say whether that elevation is 3 feet below grade, 6 feet below grade. I didn't actually walk out into the middle and, poke down with a rod until I hit the bottom. So yes, I do expect that it's going to be a messy process. But I think that from what I've seen from construction I've seen before, it can be accomplished by using well points, using dewatering to manage the process and to do it sequentially. You don't open up a whole long run of trench here. You just open up a short run. You get a trench box in to support the walls. The water's drawn down. You put the pipe in, put sand in the pipe in, or put the pipe encased in the 4-inch outer pipe that's Chuck mentioned in a short segment, and then you move on. And really doing it in short segments is the most practical way to do it.
Could I ask
Thank you.
another question? Your dewatering areas, you have one to the north of the wetland and one to the south of the wetland. Is there clearing associated with making area to accommodate these sediment bags?
So, yeah, so we can, Chuck Mandel. So we can move those as needed. Right now, the site to the south is actually cleared for the house construction. So there is room for dewatering there. And on the upper side, it's some lawn area. There is some clearing. But those dewatering areas those were meant as typical areas. They may be subject to change once we get on site and see exactly where it is. But I don't anticipate any additional clearing for that. There's plenty of cleared area right now to the south, and we can actually pump everything to the south if need be.
And is there an easement running along? So you mentioned in the field that you are not utilizing this area for electric, that you've already installed the
Yeah,
transformer?
electric's in. Yeah, sorry, Chuck Mandel. So the electric is already in. There's an easement that runs down the existing easement line. That had been worked out earlier.
Okay, so this is only for
The
the water.
so Eversource does not have the same criteria as Connecticut Water.
Of course not.
And is there a need for an easement along this water line to the water company?
No,
or-
no, that'll be a fee strip. It's completely owned. It's as if you had anyone who has public water, there are no easements onto your lot. It just runs in the public right of way. So Neck Road provides the access for the water.
I guess I was reading your plan and sort of, I guess, to the east of the property line, there was an arrow and it looks like it says easement at water.
Yeah, no,
I don't understand
no,
what
that shouldn't have been there. It's not an easement, it's in fee. So that'll be stricken off the plan.
Okay,
There is no easement required.
thank you.
Yep.
Does anybody else have questions? Andrew, yes, Mr. Corwin? Oh, wait, Joe had one. Well, go ahead,
Thank
Joe,
you.
and then Mr. Corwin.
Okay, so I don't have a map in front of me. There's a probably private road to the east where I believe Mr. Corwin also owns property. Is that a private road and is there public water down that road?
Yeah, so let me answer that. So Stone Road, the road you're talking to is Stone Road. So
Yep.
Stone Road is a private road, and there is an easement through there, but there is no access through that secondary strip where the cursor is right now. So through there's only a section owned, so that would be a second easement required. So then once again, our efforts would have been thwarted to go through there.
Okay, so no water line can come from Stone Road, that area.
Not with the current ownership. Correct.
Okay. So, and I just want to verify with the state agency, they're able to grant a variance to put a easement over a secondary lot only when all other aspects have been entertained and potentially denied? There's still a way to get water there without going through the wetland?
That's possible. Yes. I don't know if
Okay.
it's guaranteed, but it is possible. Yes. And
Okay.
the only reason so let me backtrack a little bit. So sometimes, so there is an easement in place for coming off a Neck Road where the electric line is, but
Mhm.
Connecticut Water wants its own specific easement. So even though it says and so when the subdivision was created, these easements were all in place. But subsequently, what happens is Eversource and the Connecticut Water Company will not look at projects until they're approved. So the approval stated, yes, the owner granted easements, but that had no bearing on the water company or Eversource. We had to fight like hell to get Eversource easement to go down that same path. So even though it looks, and people will, and I heard this comment Erin had mentioned, why wasn't this worked out ahead of time? Well, the easement was worked out ahead of time with the owners, but not with the utility companies, since the utility companies won't look at these until they're approved. So it's not a very great setup, but that's what we have right now.
Okay. But should this not work out, putting it 160 feet through the wetland, there's still an avenue for this water line to get to the new house.
We would have to appeal to
crossing fingers. Yep.
Exactly. So it's still, so they could say no. So that I don't know. And then I don't know where that leads after that.
Understood. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Yeah, no guarantees.
Thank-
Um,
Thanks, Chuck.
I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Corwin had his hand up, so
Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
yes.
Thanks. Well, thanks everybody for taking the time to review this. I just Chuck covered some of the things I wanted to mention, but when we bought this property 9 years ago, it came with utility easements, but there was only one owner who owned that property. Subsequently, it changed hands. So our right of way to use our utility right of way where the electric is was no longer viable because it changed hands. We are not thrilled. We don't want to run it through the wetlands, and it's obviously more complicated. But we don't have any choice. We are really handcuffs because there's no other way to get water to the property, and we've been in the neighborhood for 15 years, and the the wetlands it does get drier in the summer, and we have observed that when it gets disturbed, it grows back incredibly fast, and it's kind of very invasive and continues to spread. So we feel that while this would be a temporary disturbance, that these areas recover very, very quickly, and we would it's not something. This is not like a leisure activity where we want to put in a tennis court or an ice skating rink. This is fresh water for the property, and we really have no other way to get it to the property. So I would like you to just take that into consideration when considering our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Other, so we've had the agencies ask questions. Are there other questions that the agency members have for the applicant or the applicant's representatives?
Yes.
Nope.
Okay, Martin?
Yeah, Bob, I noticed in your recommendations, you didn't have any recommendations for planting. I guess the swath is going to be 16 feet wide, according to Chuck. Why wouldn't we, recommend some restoration planting in along that area?
The vegetation that's there already, the rootstock and the seed stock, I think is going to send the appropriate plants and get them going in place much better than we can do with plantings. having walked through there and looked through there, as the chair mentioned earlier, I think control of invasive species might be a good idea. But in terms of getting things to grow there, there's enough rootstock and seed stock and material in that soil that the appropriate plants will come in right in based on hydrology.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other questions from the agency? Are there any questions from the public? This is a public hearing.
No hands raised.
No hands raised. Mr. Davison, did you have any questions since you're here?
Yeah, hi, it's Eric Davison. Yeah, we're obviously still working on our review letter. I did visit the site last week. I think a critical path item that we're going to raise that I think should get flushed out is, you do have a direct impact on, a fairly unique wetland that's based on what I saw out there with coursing wood frogs and peepers. I mean, wood frogs are a vernal pool indicator species. So you clearly have some vernal pool function in that wetland. And as you mentioned, also the potential for turtles and other aquatic species. I think if you have a direct impact of this nature, you really need to have a detailed study of the biology so you know what those impacts are going to be, what species might be there in mid to late summer, if that is in fact the time period that you restrict the work to, and how you're going to prevent any, any significant impact to those species. So I didn't see that information in Bob's report. I think Bob just mentioned that he didn't do any recent surveys, but to me that's a critical path item. There's also that also raises other issues, permitting perspective issues, direct impact to a vernal pool that raises other permitting compliance issues with the state and federal agencies as well. So that to me is a critical path item that we'll bring up and I think needs to get resolved.
Okay. Well, thank you. If there aren't any other questions, I think we need to maybe get permission or everybody on board to continue this to our May 6th meeting so that we'll have our third-party report in hand and be able to have more information with which to come to a decision on this. So I guess, Maria, I don't know where we're at on time. Oh, we just opened it, so we should be okay, right?
Yeah, you just opened it.
Okay, so we're fine. Any other comments from the agency applicants tonight? Recognizing that we'll have more information available for our next meeting.
Yeah, Chuck Mandel here. Yeah, so Eric Davison's comments just now, this is the first I've heard of them. So the more timely we can get the comments so we can respond to them at the next meeting. I know everyone's busy and everyone has a lot going on, but we can't receive the report, 2 days before the meeting, I guess is my point. So I'm just hoping that Eric can get us those comments sooner than later. And what he told me tonight certainly sets us on a good path. So if even in general comments that you thought of off the top of your head, if you could relay them sooner than later, your concerns, the quicker we can react to those.
Yeah, let me just elaborate again. It's Eric Davison. Yeah, my big concern is the biology. I think it's already a bit late to get a detailed study of what's in there, but certainly you can get a lot of information if you jump on that quickly. Beyond that, going past the potential biological issues, I think we then want to really focus on the construction, sequencing, and phasing. I do think there are some concerns. To me that this may in fact dry out in some seasons, but there's also the possibility that this stays semi-permanently flooded. So, just a really detailed sequence on how how you're going to control water when you're trenching, and because to me another big impact could be the release of fine sediment across the benthic material in that wetland could have an impact. And then again, I agree with others that have mentioned creating the potential habitat for invasives. So some plan to manage those during and post construction would be the other big items, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and of course, as we hope everyone does, and it doesn't always happen, we do definitely like to get reports in sooner rather than later. So I'm sure Mr. Davidson will do his best, as I know everyone tries to do.
Yeah,
So-
right. I did forget to mention that. No, we would not provide it days before. I would imagine we could have something to you in 1 to 2 weeks. So you'd have, 2 weeks or so to respond.
Right, which is great because, as many of you know here, we often do get things a couple days before, which is challenging. All right. So if, yes,
Madam Chair, I did just want to remind the applicant as well that staff did send a letter out at the middle of February highlighting section 7.6 of our regulations and the recommended information that the commission was requesting. And that did include, letter D does include a biological evaluation of the wetlands. So some of that information was shared with you ahead of time.
Yeah, if I can speak to that, I mean, it was a pretty extensive letter, so sometimes you don't address everything, so we want to get specific. So, but either way, we have the information now. Thank you, Aaron.
yeah, and I will just highlight as well, just echoing Mr. Davidson's comments. I do think, this is clearly, obviously, a significant activity. So understanding as much as possible the impacts will be really helpful and how you intend to mitigate them. All right. Anything else? Since we'll see. Yes, yes.
Sorry, just add a quick comment, and I apologize. I think Eric may have mentioned just time frame wise, we are in the middle, well, we're in April already. So vernal pool species, they'll be there for a bit longer, but as time goes on, we'll start heading into May, and then your vernal pool season kind of starts to taper off. So the sooner we can do any biological studies, the better we get more accurate results.
Yeah, I would say this month and next month will be really important for any biological surveys. I know spotted turtles are out already. I've seen a bunch. Everything's starting to move, so it's a good time of year to get that information. Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we continue the public hearing for application 24-06, 241 Neck Road to our May 6th meeting.
I'll second.
A second.
Right?
Sorry.
It's okay. It's just great to have people second. Any last comments before we vote on this? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 All right, excellent. So this hearing will be continued until May 6th. Thank you to everyone for your participation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yep, yes, see you soon. So our pending applications, we have 3 applications that were received at our last meeting. This will be a kind of our first time with them. So we can either act on them tonight, or if we need more information, we can act on them next month, which is within our time frame, our legal time frame to do so. So I just want to highlight for the next 3 applications that applies. So our first application is 24-07, 20 Advent Hill Road. This is a regulated activity permit for a re-subdivision of a lot that is within the 100-foot upland review area. Oh, and there is Mr. Mandel again. Hey.
Yeah. Hey, hello.
And
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
so, oh no. Yeah, so we have, all right, so did you want to share a little bit? Not everybody was on the site walk, but you could perhaps just give us a brief outline of, this is just
Sure.
for the subdivision referral. So so tonight it is really for us to kind of discuss and then refer this on to planning and zoning with the understanding that you would be coming back to us with specific plans for the proposed construction.
That is correct. Yeah. So Chuck Mandel, agent for Charles Corso. So Mr. Corso owns an oversized lot on Advent Hill that actually, until Lantern Hill was built, there was no real access to that property. Lantern Hill was subsequently put in, and at the end of the dead end street on the south side is where this additional land is. We had this flagged. This was flagged by Rich Snarsky. It was originally done by Todd Anderson. I think about it's on the plan. And Kealoha, I told you I'd have the date, and here we are. And I forgot to get you the date of when it was flagged, but the flags were. Sorry about that. It's a couple of years old because the nubs were kind of worn down. But I could get that. It was from Todd Anderson's survey that Snarsky had done that. I did have Matt Davison go out there and write a report. He had the main recommendation was, since we did discover it was a vernal pool, there were some cloudy egg masses out there we discovered, or Kealoha found them out there. So it's certainly a vernal pool. His recommendation was, well, number one, it was an isolated but he did recommend 100 feet from the pool itself. We subsequently moved the structure that we had a little further to the west to get it at least 100 feet away from the pool area. There's soil testing that was done. We're about 64 feet from the wetlands, where the proposed septic might go, since we don't have a finished plan. And then any activity where we will try to, we're showing it on the plan, the preliminary plan, we're about 50 plus feet away from that area. So we do not have finished plans, which we will, Kealoha mentioned, we will be coming back before the commission.
Are there questions from agency members? And I know some of us are on the site walk, and hopefully some of you this was one you could drive by and look at. No.
Oh,
Go ahead.
It's Martin. I just was on the plan sheet. I know we don't have anything up on our screen, but I'm looking at the proposed subdivision. I should see the proposed 4-bedroom house, and I see the wetland delineation area, and there is an inland wetlands per reference map down in the southeast corner. And looking at the aerial view, it looks like that's where the vernal pool is, down in sort of the southeast corner of the lot.
Yeah, so that
Want to make sure
Chuck
that that's
Mandel, yeah. So you see that dashed line, Martin, southeast corner.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the area of the ponded water.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that was called out and I was looking at it
Correct.
correctly.
And we're showing now this proposed 4-bedroom, and talking to the owner, he's not proposing a large structure. This is, I think his intent is to sell. His sister is going to move into the house up on the hill, let's call it. And he wants to stay in Madison, but it's too big of a house for him. So he just wants a more modest structure. It'll probably be a 3-bedroom, but and there probably won't be a pool, but just for demonstration purposes, we're just showing that on the plan. And this is not what you're going to be seeing for a final review when we come back. Correct.
Super. Thank you.
Yep.
Right. Other questions? This really is just to get an idea if as we've already flagged, there is a vernal pond on the property. So, and which Mr. Davison, different Mr. Davison had thought was there, and that is now it is a vernal pond. And so, that is something so when we're looking at these subdivision referrals, it's just to look and see and make sure that it's making sense and that there aren't any wetland issues that we really need to highlight to planning and zoning, or if there are wetland issues that we need to highlight to planning and zoning, we can do so as we have done in the past. So keeping that in mind, are there other questions for the applicant?
Nope.
I have one question. Did you survey the limits of this vernal pond? How did this boundary of the watercourse was that established? Is this taken from Anderson's reference?
Yes, that was from Anderson's reference map. Yes, yep. As were the wetlands themselves, delineation.
Okay. Well, I guess as we think this through, so we don't, as I recall, but staff can tell me if I am incorrect, which is highly likely. For these subdivision referrals, at least in the past, we often just discuss them and then explicitly say, you're referring this on to planning and zoning. It's not, it hasn't been, or maybe I'm mistaken, something we vote on. But Erin or Maria, can you, you want to speak to that, or should we just vote on it to be safe rather than sorry?
I mean, you can say that, you know, you're in favor of referring it
Okay,
or
right.
Yes,
not.
it should absolutely be an action taken by the commission to send a report to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And as you mentioned, Kayla, it's to look at, you know, what potential impacts or concerns does the agency have, you know, with the creation of, you know, an additional building lot to this.
If my memory is right, I think we've been told the minutes could serve as a report, though. I mean, we don't have to write a formal report, do we?
No, you don't have to draft. Usually a report is you know, a staff would draft that on your behalf, but you should have some findings and a motion on that. If you have no concerns, then it's as simple as stating you have no comment. In the past, you've made resolutions, you know, noting the wetlands on the property or adjacent to the property, the requirements for regulated activity permits for the development of the site, recommendations of buffers, things like that. This is a subdivision. I'm unclear as to, it doesn't appear there's any open space dedication. So I'm not sure if you're doing a fee in lieu or looking at, I'm not sure. I know you mentioned family, Chuck. I'm assuming you're not doing an open space.
No, no, this is a family, this will be a family-owned project. So the Mr. Corso is planning on moving into there once if it does get approved. There is no open space provision on here.
Was not the open space originally done when the original subdivision was done?
Well, yeah, Chuck Mandel. So the open space was done for Lantern Hill. This just happens to be connected to Lantern Hill. So it really was not part of that subdivision. But there is no area to grant open space on. It wouldn't make any sense for the land trust wouldn't be interested in an isolated piece like this. You know, it's something P&Z, you know, fee in lieu of, I'm not sure how they're going to act on that, but open space certainly would not be, actual land would not be part of this. I wouldn't suspect they'd want any part of this.
Right. So then is there a fee in lieu that you're?
Right. Yeah, so that's up to P&Z if that's what they request. But as Erin had mentioned, this will be for family members, so I think we're exempt from that.
There's a provision for family, but that if that's the route that the applicant is taking, then that would be specifically called out and
yes,
protected by for a certain number of years by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I guess the other concern would be, or concern, I shouldn't say, but considerations for the commission. One, considerations with respect to vernal pond on the property, and any other additional recommendations, or if you wanted any further review of that area. As my understanding was that the wetlands report by Davison shows existing conditions and existing functions and values, and does not speak to any potential impact of a development on that vernal pond.
Right, yeah, his one recommendation was 100 feet would be the minimum, which it's a very small lot, so we are putting the house almost on the setback lines. The proposed house is on the setback lines, and we are proposing at least 100 feet away from that ponded area.
You're saying, Chuck, that recommendation came after the walk? Or
No,
this report?
that's in Davison's report.
Okay, that's what I was looking to.
Yeah, this is Martin. I'm a little confused because the wetland assessment report doesn't mention the vernal pool. It sounds like on the site walk, I'm sorry I missed it, that we found some evidence of it being a vernal pool. Is that correct? So it's not really in the record anywhere that there's a vernal pool present, from what I can tell.
Yes,
Unless I'm
so
missing
Chuck
something.
Mandel, so Martin, yeah, so when he went out there, it was a little early, and during the walk, Theoloa did walk the pond. I did walk it with her, and she did show me egg masses on there. I forgot what salamanders they
Yeah,
were.
so there are like 5 or 6 spotted salamander egg masses, which I photographed. And Matt Davison was there for a different site walk and agreed that he thought it was a vernal pond and was not surprised that we found egg masses. And I assume he probably went back to look at them. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't see a recommendation in this for a hundred.
So
setback.
maybe he told me that verbally, and I could get that in writing, but he did say 100 feet.
I
Right.
think that was, yeah, I think that was the question from the report that Mr. Davison specifically states that the timing was a little early for identifying the.
Well, we know it's a vernal pool, so it doesn't matter whether he identified.
Yeah, the picture said potential vernal pool, so he.
Yeah, yeah. So
It is a vernal.
yeah, yeah, and I think, yeah, we can all agree it's a vernal pond. So I guess thinking through what our report should be and what we should take action on is clearly we would like to highlight that there's a vernal pool on the property, that it probably should be clearly delineated, however that is, as a vernal pond, not just the pond reference, and that, and I don't know if you want Mr. Davison to get it in writing, but that there is, a suggestion from Mr. Davison, and I will say probably from us, that, yes, there should be a, 100-foot buffer around that pool, if that's what we want to talk about in this report. Staff had also, hopefully agency members had a chance to look at staff reports. So that was recommended to update the report, discuss this vernal pond. And, it's, I guess assessing impacts out in exact, house construction. I guess what the best we can say is that, yes, there's this vernal pond. We're recommending we would recommend 100-foot buffer. And of course, when that comes back to us, we would be looking at that very closely. But please, and other people can step in. And as I think some of the other staff comments are, understanding where lawn would be, and, because obviously lawn And any type of fertilizer in that particular habitat is gonna have a huge impact. There isn't a lot going on right there. You could see there wasn't a lot of algae in that pond. There wasn't a lot of algae in that secondary wetland. And so if you're gonna put in, a house with a lot of, fertilizer, that would be something that, of course, we would talk about in our next version of things after the subdivision referral. But I guess we could highlight that that would also be a concern with respect to minimizing impacts on the wetland area. And that would, I guess in constructing the house and thinking about where to put things, that would be something to keep in mind.
Yeah, well, Chuck Mandel, based on the comments tonight, they will be reflected certainly in the next plan. And there will be those comments will be addressed prior to the next application.
So for agency members, so we will take official action on this. Are there other topics that you would like to see covered in our referral to planning and zoning?
I can't think of any.
I'm fine.
I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we refer application 24-07, 20 Advent Hill Road, for subdivision referral to planning and zoning, noting in our report to planning and zoning that there is evidence of a vernal pool on the property, and that we would recommend, and it sounds like the applicant's soil scientist would recommend 100-foot buffer around this pond. And I guess on future, thinking forward to impacts, it would be important to clearly delineate the vernal pond as well as, as the other wetlands, but the vernal pond in particular, and think about minimizing impacts, particularly any runoff that might impact the wetlands when constructing, designing the proposed house. That's my motion. Take a second.
Second.
All right. Any comments or any modifications of what I just said?
Nope.
Aaron or Maria, did I miss anything important?
Did you want to note in your comments that the development of the site would be subject to regulated activity?
Related activity.
Yeah. Yes. 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 That anything being done on this property would obviously need to come back to us. But it's my understanding is, what we really want to do with this is kind of highlight what the issues are with the subdivision and, proposed building, and hopefully kind of head things off or help for the next step in thinking through impacts, particularly on this vernal pond. And I guess, just making sure that that's highlighted in the next round of site plans, which obviously it will be. Any other comments? Anything else to add to this?
Nope.
All right. All in favor of this motion? Raise your hand, say aye.
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 Right, so we have referred this on 24-07, 20 Advent Hill to planning and zoning for a subdivision referral.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Might be back again.
Yeah, I suspect we'll see you again.
Bye. Okay, thank you.
All right, so our second application is geographically very close to this one, 24-10, 61 Lantern Hill Road. This is for regulated activity permit for construction of an in-ground pool, a sports court, storage shed, patio, walk, stairs with retaining wall, fencing, and landscape improvements within the upland review area. This is also one that we walked on Saturday, and hopefully others got to at least drive by and see what was there. And it looks like we have the applicant's representatives with us. So I guess if someone wants to kind of, do a quick overview for the commission, and then we can get into the questions, etc. Either John or Mike or somebody.
Can you hear us, Kayla?
I can hear you. Yep.
We
Okay,
can
it
hear
doesn't-
you.
I couldn't, oh, okay, here, it looks like I'm being promoted right now, sorry.
Oh, God, it's-
Okay. Yes.
You deserve a promotion.
That's how they could share their screen. So we'll give them the promotion today.
Yeah.
Give us a break.
Oh, there you are. You're a little dark.
A little dark, yeah. Sorry about that. So, just for the record, I'm Mike Ott. I'm a licensed professional engineer and land surveyor with Summerhill Civil Engineers here in Madison. John Cunningham from Tech Landscape is also here. And I think, although I can't see his name, I believe Matt Davison
Do you want him promoted?
from, yeah, please, if you could. From Davison Environmental is also here. And we're all here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Pesh, the property owners of 61 Lantern Hill. So can I share my screen?
How about
Maria?
it? Yep.
Okay. Okay. So can the commission see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And is Matt, I still can't see Matt. Has Matt been promoted also?
Yeah. He's on the
Oh.
call.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. Okay, thank you. So this is just to give you a little overall context. This is just the town's geographic information system. The yellow parcel that's highlighted kind of in the center of the screen is 61 Lantern Hill, which is part of the terrace at West Wharf subdivision. This is the Boston Post Road. If you can see my cursor moving at the bottom of the screen from left to right, and this is Lantern Hill that comes up and ends in a cul-de-sac here. So again, the yellow highlighted parcel is 61 Lantern Hill Road. If I see if I can zoom in a little bit. So this is kind of a little bit better actually than looking at the plans, but I will bring those up. But this is the residence on the property, a long driveway, a crossing of an inland wetland. There's a box culvert here. So the driveway comes down from the road to a low point and climbs back up to the house. So the house site is the highest point of the lot, and the topography is such that the land surface drains to the south from the house site, to the southeast, and to the east. Yeah, to the east, the southeast, and to the south. And the inland wetland runs along Lantern Hill Road and kind of curves to the northeast and runs along this easterly boundary and all the way back to the rear boundary of the parcel. So this just gives you a little context for the site we're looking at, and I'm going to see if I can switch screens, and hopefully you'll be able to see the switch. Did you see the switch in the screens in my plan sheet now?
No.
No.
Okay, so it looks like I think I have to stop sharing and then reshare to do that. See if that works. Is that?
Mhm.
Good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a zoomed in view of the house site, partial view of the house site. Lantern Hill Road down here, kind of where the title strip is on the sheet. And north is straight up and down, basically. And the driveway that we looked at is on the left side of the sheet. So the proposal is to construct an in-ground pool, a small pool shed, a sports court, relatively small sports court, and a patio, associated patio and a walk and stairs, all on the east side of the house. And I'll zoom in a little in a second here, but all on the east side of the house. And the reason I wanted to stay zoomed out is the access for construction, the construction access route is going to be coming down the driveway from Lantern Hill Road and then leaving the driveway and following along the toe of an existing boulder retaining wall. And that'll give access for trucks and equipment to the site, to the work site. Sedimentation control barrier will be installed and maintained all along that route and down gradient of the work site also. And for those members who were on the walk on Saturday, if you remember, we walked down the driveway just like the trucks and equipment would come in. And I think you'll remember walking along that boulder, or actually, I think we walked up on top of the boulder retaining wall on the lawn and looked down at the construction site. So I'm going to the topography is such. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. The wetland is some 2, 4, 6, 8, 10-ish feet, 8 to 10 feet below the work site. I think you'll remember. The wetland is wooded. The area there's kind of three distinct plateaus or shelves kind of in the area of the work. There's the upper lawn area at the house. Then there's a bit lower area where the work will occur. And if you recall on the walk, the vast majority of that area was disturbed, it appears, during the original home construction. And then there's a third lower area, a lower terrace above the inland wetland. All the work is proposed in that mid-level terrace. It does not extend down to the lower terrace right above the inland wetland. The blue line, the heavy blue dash line, is the 100-foot upland review area. So you can see that the vast majority of the work is all within the 100-foot upland review area. The limit of the actual work is at least 50 feet, however, from the inland wetland boundary. The sediment control barrier violates that 50-foot distance in a couple places, but the actual finished construction is above or beyond the 50-foot distance offset from the wetland boundary. So I'm gonna stop sharing and switch screens again. Please stop me if you have any questions while I go
Mike,
through
I
it.
do have a question. Stop, please. It's Martin Brogy. I'm wondering, I don't see the tree line on that plan. Is that shown anywhere?
We didn't specifically locate a tree line. The area, let me go back to that other plan. The area between sorry, I just have to share again. I'm sure there's a way to switch screens and not having to stop sharing, but I don't know how to do it. So again, we have this upper level, which is a lawn area and landscaped area now. This middle area that's disturbed, rock boulders have been pushed into it. There's Matt Davison can explain better, and John Cunningham than I, but there's invasive woody vegetation and trees in that area. And then the lower area is completely wooded, and we're not disturbing that wooded area. So all of our work is in this mid-level terrace where the vast majority of the area was previously disturbed.
Thank you.
So let me switch again if I can. So this is John Cunningham's landscape plan, which is a little better picture of what's being proposed. This rectangle is I'll zoom in a bit here if I can. So this square actually is a pool shed. The roof water from this shed will go off to stone-filled trench drip lines, eave drip lines along the two portions of the roof that don't drain to the patio. All of the patio that John shows on his plan is intended to be a permeable surface, a permeable construction. The stairs will not. There are two sets of stairs here, but surface water runoff off of the stairs goes onto the permeable, either onto the permeable patio or onto the sports court here, which I'll explain in a second. So again, a relatively small pool shed, patio and walkway areas, the pool itself, the in-ground pool itself, a set of stairs down here from the lawn level, the upper terrace, a set of stairs here down to the sports court, and a new walkway from the walkout level of the basement to the sports court. The sports court is the only surface that will be able to produce surface water runoff. Again, the roof water from the pool shed will be directed either to the permeable patio surface or to stone-filled trench drip lines along the eaves or below the eaves. The patio again is permeable. The sports court will be pitched to the southeast, and there's enough room just outside of the sports court, a vegetated area that John can explain, that to accept stormwater runoff and allow it to infiltrate. The entire perimeter of the work is within the limits of a proposed retaining wall. So the first portion of this work, before any of this is constructed, would be to construct the retaining wall and start placing fill to bring this area up to the required elevations to be able to construct the pool shed and the patio and the pool and the sports court. No surface water runoff should be directed directly overland toward the wetland because of the nature of the materials and the amount of space and vegetated area that's been left between the sports court and the retaining wall itself. Again, when the retaining wall is complete, it will be at a minimum 50 feet from the inland wetland boundary. I'm going to have John Cunningham explain what he'd like to do between the retaining wall and the sedimentation control barrier with regard to removal of invasives and the planting of that area. Any questions before I turn it over to John?
I have a quick question, and maybe John can answer this, but one of you, you're saying that some of the stormwater, some of the runoff will be caught in this vegetated area. So is it sized to catch X amount of inches of rain? Or is it just
So
vegetated buffer that could capture some of the runoff? Like was size particularly?
no, it's not, there's no sizing at all, Kayla High. It's and I didn't do a very good job of explaining, but the fill that will be used is granular fill. The fill that's used behind the wall will be granular fill. So when surface water runoff comes off the sports court into this vegetated area, it will be able to infiltrate downward into the granular fill.
Okay.
And it should just move downward. It possibly could, depending on the time of year and how wet the soils are, and how intense the rainfall event is. It's possible that it may break out at the base of the wall. But for the majority of rainfall events, it should just infiltrate through the vegetation, the granular fill, and down to the underlying soils.
Okay.
And again, it's only this sports court, the way John has chosen all these materials, and set the elevations of the site. It's only the sports court that could produce surface water runoff.
Okay.
Okay.
John,
Thank you, Mike.
yeah, could you explain, John? I'm sure you want to talk about other things too, but could you explain what the plan is between the wall and the limit of disturbance, which is our sedimentation control barrier?
Okay. Can everyone hear me on the board?
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you once again, John Cunningham, owner of TEC Landscape Design, located at 62 Wall Street in Madison. As we saw or we discussed on the site walk on Saturday, we're going to have a retaining wall that is going to be approximately 55 feet from the wetland edge. It is going to have varying elevations or heights along the property. Okay. It is going to be constructed as a dry wall, meaning it's not a formed concrete wall. It's either going to be boulders or what we looked at on Saturday, the precast concrete units. We haven't really made a decision on that yet. But behind that wall will be crushed stone, fabric, crushed stone. You'll fill behind there, and you will probably leave at a minimum. I usually like to have at least a 12-inch base of organic material for the ground cover to be planted in. In this particular situation, I'm thinking of using a low form of Aronia, which I've had good luck with. Okay, it would be the little squiggly line that you see along my plan. The planting bed itself is anywhere from probably 5 to 6 feet wide down by the sport court. The majority of it that runs along the retaining wall is about 10 feet wide. And the one thing I will say that Mike brought up, the entire deck area that is around the pool is a permeable application of either granite or bluestone. It's probably going to be set on a 10-inch base of crushed stone. That crushed stone then works as really like a infiltrator or a reservoir for any type of water because it can hold water. So by using a dry application around the pools, you are then really able to set all the granite or bluestone or whatever paving material you're going to use to be level with the coping of the pool, which makes the use of furniture and everything else really work out well. Mike also said that the shed at the end of the pool will have a drip edge, and that water will either go into the permeable application of the pool deck around the shed or the planting bed that is next to the stone wall. The sport court, as Mike said, is the one area of impervious coverage I was just planning on running it at a very slight percentage because it will probably be a basketball court. You can see the hoop there. All three sons play basketball for hand, or will play basketball, I guess, for hand, hopefully. It will run into that planting bed, but really no water would ever get past that planting bed stone wall, crushed stone area, and lead back down into the natural area, which we are leaving below. If you see, Martin, if you see my dark line, that will be the proposed tree line of what it will look like after we finish construction. We're leaving it, we're only really removing, if you were at the site walk, you would see the area itself is full of invasive material. There's Atlantis, there's a lot of rose, there's a bunch of stuff that's growing in that area of our three elements. There might be one or two mature trees removed at the very end, but the majority of the site, really the forest area, is beyond our limit of disturbance. If you have any questions on any of that information, I'd be more than happy to answer it right now. And we have Matt Davison here also with us that can answer any questions that anyone has about the wetland ramifications of the whole thing.
Right. Well, speaking, you just mentioned the trees, and we did, I guess it would be on the, the part near the shed.
Yep.
The oaks, there were some mature trees that were going to come out. So it would be helpful in any revised plans to call out the trees that, because there were some decent sized
I
ones.
thought they said there was 3. That's what I was gonna ask the same question. I thought they mentioned like 3,
Well, there was the one
a double one or something.
red oak that was like a double, and then there was another, I think it was another oak that had 3, stems, trunks, at the farthest part that would probably come out. So it looked like, 2 main trees, but multi-trunked trees coming out.
Hello, we can field locate that if you like.
Other questions for the agency members or from agency members?
I do. This is Martin Brogy. I just was wondering if there are any alternative locations considered. I know there's a lot of open lawn area north of the house that's further away from the wetland. I'm just wondering why this area was chosen in particular, and if any alternatives were looked at.
Martin, if you look at my plan carefully, you see the little tank that's right above this, or right next to the staircase coming down to the pool. And then really most of the backyard is septic.
Most of the backyard is septic system?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We meet all we have enough dimension to leave the existing septic system as is, and then install the pool, which has to be a certain dimension from all the structures.
Okay, I see this. I see the leaching fields going back. Okay, there's the property line. Yeah.
The area that sorry to jump in I wanted to sort of add a little bit of flavor to it for Martin. As this project was being conceived, we did have a meeting out there with exactly what Martin's bringing up in mind. Like, are there any alternative locations? I certainly didn't want to come to a meeting. We had a good discussion out there, and that was certainly something we went over. And as John said, a lot of the backyard is leaching field, and it wasn't an option. So when we realized that this side of the property was the only option that we had, essentially what we did is we demarcated a limit of disturbance really prior to even laying all this out. And we essentially laid out a limit of disturbance that follows along what is the mature forest there. As was stated, there are a few mature trees that are coming out, which I think, right along the edge of the limit of disturbance, but for the most part, where this project will be done is comprised of, invasive shrubs. There's also a lot of early successional colonizing type of shade intolerant tree species that you get when you abandon. This was an area that was a part of the active construction for the home and then abandoned. So there's sort of stone and rubble and a lot of sort of early successional tree species in there. So and as Mike stated, it's sort of two plateaus. So what we did is we demarcated a limit of disturbance along the bottom plateau that was above the mature forest, but on the plateau, which we felt like would be the least impactful way to lay this out. And essentially explaining to John after that anything above that would be fair game for development, at least from our standpoint, or from my standpoint, from an impact analysis standpoint. But that we really wanted to avoid the slope and the mature forest that's below this development and above the wetland.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. I don't see a wetland report in the document center.
Yeah, you're right. I realized that earlier today, and I called John, and I can certainly submit a wetland delineation report for the record. I'm happy to do that. Yeah, sorry about that, Martin.
Okay. And maybe with some comments about what you just described to us for the record, I think would be good as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for the applicant representatives?
I have a question.
Yes.
I actually have two. I think Mike or John or one of you or both of you stated that the pool or the shed is just clearly a shed, not a pool house. There's nothing in it.
You're correct, Maria. Not winterized, just a shed. I mean, they might have
Like a cabana or something?
Yeah, correct. They might have an open door and maybe a seating area, but it is definitely seasonal.
So my other question is the pool equipment. Has that been located and there's no thought of putting it down below or anything, right?
No, I apologize.
Located anywhere.
I don't have a note on it. You see the 5 little squares next to the house?
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the agency members, as as I mentioned, this is an application we're having this discussion for the first time. It's a chance to get more information. We can choose to act tonight, or we can choose to ask for more information and see a revised plan next month. So if you do have other questions or concerns, please voice them. And you can also reference the staff report, and I will reference that that having been on the site walk, I thought it was very well the project was very well described, and everyone answered all the questions. Not all of that is reflected on the plans that we have. So there isn't a fill calculation for the retaining wall, and that seems to be not decided yet exactly what it might be. We just talked about the trees. So typically, when we act on a application, it's helpful to have all the as much as possible to have all the information on the materials in front of us. So for other agency members, if there are other questions you have or things you haven't seen or want to see, much like the report from Mr. Davison, which would be helpful as well, this is the chance to express that.
I can't think of anything else that I would want to see.
Okay, well, then I guess I'll put it to the agency members, do you feel like you have enough information to act on this tonight, or do you want to see the additional, the wetland scientist report and maybe these fill calculations and the trees called out, the pool equipment called out, some of these details that are quite finished, retaining wall?
I think we should wait till, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the activity is pretty extensive. It's very detailed, but I think on our end, if we had more information, as to what could be impacted, that would be good.
Yeah, I agree that I think we should wait until we have a complete package or as complete as possible. And we have time, right? So we could act
Yeah,
next.
that's what I was highlighting is that these three applications that we're that we're seeing tonight are our first go. So we have this meeting and the next meeting that are within our 65 days or whatever that we have to take action.
I appreciate.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like then for this application 24-10 61 Latin Hill Road, if Mr. Ott and Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Davison could you know, provide some of the details that were discussed tonight, add on to plans. It was very helpful to have the site walk. I thought it was explained well. So if that could be translated into something tangible with the detail for next month, that would be great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So should I make a motion to continue the application, Kia?
Do we need to continue it? I don't know.
Table it to next month.
You can table it to next month.
Sure. Yes, Joe, that would be great. Please.
All
make-
right. I knew there was no decision, so we should at least continue it. So I'll make a
Table it.
motion.
No, we're tabling it.
Yeah. Isn't that the same thing?
No. Well, but go ahead.
Oh, I've heard lawyers say that, but okay. On behalf of application 24-10, I make a motion that the commission table this application for 61 Lantern Hill Road to our May 6th meeting in hopes of getting more information for us to make a decision.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor of tabling this application, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you. It's very good, Joe, that we have that all buttoned up perfectly. All right, thank you guys, and we will see you in May.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Okay, Lola, I have a question. My
Yes.
screen just went funky. Is it my computer or did everybody else's also?
You blinked out for a second, but now you're back.
Okay, but I can't, everything's distorted. So I'm going to leave the meeting and come back, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll be here.
I'll be back.
We'll be here.
I'll be back.
Not going anywhere.
I'll be
Okay.
back.
Well, as Lee rejoins us, this last application is, again, like this previous two, we're within our time for discussing tonight. If we want more, if we decide we need more information, same as the previous application, we can table it to May 6th to get more. So, but let's start. So we'll get Lee back, but I'll talk slowly. This is application 24-12 2222 Durham Road. This is for two things. This is for a regulated activity permit or construction of a single family home with installation of underground utilities within the 100-foot upland review area. It is also a subdivision referral, is my understanding. So we've got these two activities in the one application. Oh, great, you're back, Lee.
Yep.
So it looks like we have Mr. Portley. So if you wanted to, I think we can share, if you'd like, one of us can share your plan and you can kind of do a brief overview and then we can ask questions and discuss your application. Whoops. So are you sharing, Maria?
Yeah, you want, you want the one with all the detail on it, right? Not just the The site development plan, not the subdivision plan?
It'd be clearer, I think, with the site development plan.
Yeah, I think we should do the site development plan because that has the most detail and we can work from there for the subdivision. Okay.
Okay. Forgive me if any missteps here. I've never done this before, so this is a new process. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What you have before you is the site development plan we own a 12-acre parcel on the east side of Route 79, about 4 miles north of the circle with Route 80. There is a highland that runs along 77 that is non-wetland, that historically was where the old farmhouse was and a bunch of barns and structures that I've owned since the mid-90s. Then there's a broad width of wetlands that run south to north, and then ultimately be well beyond our property, go over to meet up into the wetlands of the Ammonasset River. Then as you get past those wetlands, and those wetlands were defined, the wetlands line was set by Richard Snarsky back in December. Then I have a broad field from that wetlands all the way to the easterly side of my property that is wetlands that are all related to the Hammonasset River, which is just beyond my property. It runs through land that is owned by the Hammonasset Fishing Association. It's a long field that was farmed, I'm sure, up until probably the 1970s or 80s. Anyway, I acquired the property in 94. We've occupied the westerly part where all those structures are, and have occupied it without any need for any activities in wetlands and so forth. In the late 90s, part of the property to the north of us was developed by William Mulvey, and he used the existing farm road that went from the western part where all the houses were and all those structures were. It was a farm road that ran west to east to get through the broad wetlands, and then to the north to where he built a house. That house is at 2220 Durham Road. He didn't use that road, that old farm road, for access. He used it though to provide underground utilities from a utility cluster that was on my property, and he extended those utilities under the wood road, not through the wetlands, although it technically is wetlands, but it's under the roadway, and then up to the north. So that kind of sets what was there, just as an additional item. Along my southerly boundary is a driveway, or was a roadway that was built. I really don't know the time. I think it was probably in late 80s, early 1990s. It went along the southerly boundary, then turned northerly, and when it got to the fields in the back, and then ran north, and that's the roadway and driveway that the Mulveys used to get access to their property. They gained access over a right-of-way, which was granted to them as part of the division of the property. There are no utilities under that roadway. That roadway, whatever you call it, the driveway, will serve ultimately what I identified as lot number 1 on our subdivision plan. The first activity I need bring up is the activity of extending utilities for a house that I would want to build at the rear of my property. It's on the east end of my property on a 2+ acre lot that I will be giving to my daughter. It'll be retained in the family name. She will build the house. She's downsizing from a house that she sold on Summerhill Road. She has 2 kids that have graduated from college and a third that's still in college. and she doesn't need that big house anymore, so she's downsizing from a larger house to this house is proposed to be a 36 by 26, 36 long by 26 wide house. There will be an additional studio identified on the site plan. That'll be an 18 by 18 studio that will be the place where I have a grandson that still lives with my daughter who has some issues. And part of this whole plan of developing this remote site for her and him is so that he can stay away from people. He suffers from chronic anxiety, and it's saying it would be perfect for him. She looked for a year for a house where she could provide a place for him, but there was nothing available that she could afford. So this allows her to maintain him in the family, yet still have a residence in Madison. So to get that house, and it's shown, the site development plan shows the location of the house and the studio. The studio is shown as being 56 feet from the wetlands that bound the Hammonasset River. And the house would be at the closest point about same distance, 55 to 60 feet from that wetland that runs again north-south along the Hammonasset River. We want to serve that house with utilities, underground utilities from the existing utility cluster on the developed part of our property. There's a transformer in our rear yard. It's near what we call a carriage house and the corn crib that we had allowed the Mulveys to put their utilities underground to serve their house. We will not be able to use those existing utility lines based on Eversource's evaluation. They said that they could not have any further development on those lines. So we would need our own lines and a separate transformer and have a line extended from that existing transformer back to the new house. These lines, whether the electric or telephone lines, will be again under the travel surface of the roadway. It's a dirt road. It was an old farm road. There will be no activity within the wetlands itself. When we put the pipes in for the Mulveys years ago, blanks with 4-inch pipes were left underneath the culverts that were installed at that time. And so that we would be able to tie into, we didn't have any vision of how we would develop this rear property or if we would ever develop it. It was never even discussed. But we left the pipes in there. We have a couple of 4-inch pipes and I think a 2-inch blank for, again, future development. So our activity would be to go from the existing transformer on our property, put new pipes in, connect to the ones that go under the culvert, and then pick up the pipes that we left in under the culvert. They go about 25 to 30 feet beyond the existing culvert, connect that into pipes that would go over to a transformer that was shown as just a square block on the east side of the wetlands. Again, there would be no actual wetlands activity in what would be construed to be wetland soils. It's within the boundaries of what's wetland, but it's all sand and gravel surface roads. So that's the first activity, because that would be required. It's technically within the boundaries of the wetland, but again, no activity would be within the wetland soils. As with many, and I'm sure you've seen many applications where you just dig, put the pipe in and backfill. There's no filling necessary or placement of fill outside the construction. It's a quick process of digging, installing pipe, and backfilling. So that would be from existing transformer, as I said, on our property, all the way back to a new transformer, and then a new series of pipes that would go back to the proposed residence. The second activity, as I said, that would require your approval because it's within 100-foot separating distance from the wetlands that bound the Hammonasset River. We would be closer than the 100-foot. It's a regulated, I mean, it's you have a 100-foot review area, but we still have plenty of room from the wood line, the existing wood line along that wetland to where we would propose the closest one would be the studio. That's just an 18 by 18 structure with no cooking facilities. It would just be a large room, maybe a bedroom and a bathroom, but then it would be a standalone space for my grandson to occupy. And that would be located off the rear of the new house that my daughter would have. That house again would be about between 55 and 60 feet from the wetlands line. Again, no activity would be necessary for the construction of that house. The plans show that we would have sedimentation erosion control in the form of a silt fence along the tree line to prevent any siltation from migrating down into the wetlands. I have provided for stormwater detention by providing two storm system. They're basically plastic structures that are surrounded by stone that you put in and run the leaders from the house and from the studio too, so that any water comes in, it will be drained down. I showed the septic system. We had Amanda out there from the health department back in January. The soils are excellent. They're all sands and gravels, which is very typical of that whole Hammonasset riverine system. There wouldn't have any problem at all, and that septic system is well beyond the 100-foot separating distance, or can be. I show a well again. That's just as a convenience factor. It's closer than it's within 100-foot, but it could be outside. It doesn't make any difference really. It's not a structure or a facility that will have any impact on anything other than to provide us water for the house. I show the driveway along our southerly boundary, goes back, and we just kind of a turning circle in front of the house. It's of no real consequence. It would not be paved. There would be no need. We'd make it a processed stone surface. The whole understructure for the roadway is sand and gravel. It drains well. There would be no need to provide any drainage, just sheet drainage into the fields. They're open fields. We had to brush hog the fields to clear brush that has grown up over the last 30 years, but the fields are in good shape, and we've retained as many of the large trees in the process so that it retains a park-like appearance. It's a very rustic and rural setting for the house, and I think it's something that would have no impact at all on wetlands whatsoever. We addressed any questions the folks that do the walk on Saturday. I would ask if there are no other issues, we would be grateful if you could approve it tonight. I would love to then take your approval to the Planning and Zoning Commission and hopefully get approval of the subdivision. It meets their regulations as far as I know, and so that we can start construction as soon as possible. Any questions?
Thank you. So, for the agency members, do you have any questions about the project for Mr. Portley?
Yeah, this is Martin Brogy. I'm sorry if I've missed something, and but I I don't see any wetland reports on the record, and I don't see a soil scientist signature on the plans. I just like to know who did the wetland delineation, what the documentation is, and if there's any comment on the proposed house, near the river, and were any alternatives looked at. It is 50 feet from the wetland boundary in that area. Were there any alternatives for that house location? That all seems awfully close to a very nice resource. Wondering if there's any flexibility to pull the house further away from wetlands there.
In response, Jim Portley, the wetlands were marked by Richard Snarski. I have his maps. I didn't realize there was a report that was required. It was pretty self-evident where the wetlands are. There's not a lot to be said because we're not doing any activities in the wetlands. If you would want a report, I'd be glad to have him prepare it, but I don't see any need for it unless you have some issues. We were out, walked the property the other day and nobody saw any issues with it. But
So,
I could be glad to, excuse me?
So just to clarify on the site walk, we're actually not, that's not a discussion. Just Martin wasn't there, but for the rest of us, we can ask questions, but it's not a discussion of the application. So that's what we're doing tonight. So Martin's questions are fine, and just because we didn't, we asked general questions on the site walk, but we're not supposed to.
I understand.
discuss it.
I understand.
So
I've
I
been
just
through
want
this a lot.
to say that the questions you're going to be getting now are questions that to clarify what we saw and that we're not actually supposed to talk about on the sidewalk. We have to do it in a public setting. So that's
Understood.
okay.
Okay.
So just go
I
ahead. So
can-
you were saying that you could get Rich Snarski, and I think Martin's second question was, were there alternatives considered to pull it back farther from the Hammonasset wetlands?
Yes, it was, but again, I wanted to create as quiet a setting for my grandson as possible to pull that away from the open field. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I didn't think it would imperil at all the wetlands by pushing it back towards the tree line. I thought it would create a much more serene setting. And also by pushing it away westerly into the open field further, just take more trees I have to take down. And I think I've done I think a very responsible job in trying to preserve as many of the mature trees that have grown up over the last 30 years. And I don't want to start taking trees down just willy-nilly. I think it's a setting that is very conducive to just, trying to preserve as much of the natural site as I can. There's nothing that would preclude me from moving it out, but then I would have this area behind the house to the tree line that would, again, I don't know what purpose it would serve, just more maintenance, I guess, from our part for mowing, but it wouldn't enhance the project at all or protect the wetlands in any fashion. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about protecting wetlands, and we're talking about preserving the natural environment. And I think what I presented was if 40 years ago I'd presented this to the Wetlands Commission when there was no separation distance, and I've been in this business a long time, there wouldn't have been any question. I could put it back another 25 or 30 feet. Nobody would have said much because we wouldn't have been working in wetlands. And I understand what's changed, but I think this is a very nice compromise. I'm trying to get it as far from the wetland and the tree line, and yet serve my family's needs as well. So that's my response.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
For right now, first of all, for a first-time presenter, I thought Mr. Portley did pretty good. So we know the Hammonasset River is to the east of Lot 1. That big wetland between Durham Road and Lot 1, is there like a name for that? Is that like somebody's swamp or?
It's Portland
Is it pretty-
Swamp,
What swamp?
Portland's.
Oh, nice.
Making a note.
Okay, no, I thought the presentation was really good. And again, you're saying that your future daughter's house and the accessory house are approximately 75 feet from the wetlands?
50.
No, I think I said 55 feet.
Oh, 55. Okay. That's it for now, for me. Yep.
It's Martin Broggie again. I thought I just saw on the plan something about Richard Snarsky doing the wetland delineation. And it looks like this is a compilation plan.
No,
I don't,
No. this is a
no, okay.
field. I had Todd Anderson went out and field located all the flags. And you'll see numbers on all the flags that were placed by Richard.
Oh, here it is. Okay, inland wetland boundary as marked by Richard Snarsky, but he didn't sign the plan as it being correct, substantially correct. Typically, we see a soil scientist's signature on the plan verifying that they did it and or a brief delineation report. I think that's pretty standard for us to
Well,
to
I
see.
certainly would add that if that's what you would like, yes.
So we can find out, when he did it and
Right.
that sort of thing.
But it was just done this year. It was not a compilation plan. It was done, I believe, just after the first of the year. But the date exactly, I don't know. But I will, I have his actual field map that he had marked up. I will gladly have a title box or a signature box added to this map and have him sign it.
I have a question about the utilities and the conduit. I know you explained while we were there that you have these blank pipes underneath the road. And you explained again tonight how you're going to connect them, but it's still not clear to me what happens. Like, how are you doing that? So you're saying you're not going to disturb because that goes, it goes right through, as you noted, through those two, that wetland complex, that farm road
Yes.
goes right through. And so in order to access those pipes, you'll have to dig up something, right? You
We'll
have
have
to
to
dig
what?
up the ground. You have to dig up the ground.
Of course, yes. The conduits must be 30 inches deep. So we have the location of the ends of the pipes that were installed back in the 90s when those culverts were installed. They were installed with the approval of Mr. Kirker, who was the wetland officer at the time. Because there was an old bridge in there. There was I think I explained this Saturday, stone abutment and railroad tie with a railroad tie surface. That was in bad condition, and when the Mulveys wanted to put their facilities under the road, that was taken out with Mr. Kirker's approval, and pipes were installed. At that time, the pipes went under, and I put pipes that I just, the anticipation of someday needing them, I put them underneath those culverts. They're there now. So, and I have the approximate location of where we terminated them on the east side and west side. So we would excavate down to where they terminate now. They were taped over so that dirt wouldn't get in there. And at that point, we would uncover them and then connect new pipes to them. So those pipes themselves, 4-inch pipes, they only act as a conduit. The utility company, Eversource in this case, they blow a line through a rope basically, and then they pull their electric power source all the way through from the transformer to the next transformer, and then ultimately to the house. But we know where they are. We dig down to connect new pipes to them and then extend them as we need to the existing transformer and to the new transformer. So there's, we're not digging up those pipes at all. The existing culverts that provide the drainage through the wetlands, is intact, will not be disturbed.
Right, but you're
So how-
still excavating on either side, right? To access these pipes, you're excavating from the at some point, you're excavating within the 100-foot review line.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
How long are the pipes that are in the ground now that you're talking about?
They're
capped
go
on
about
both- that you
30
capped
feet.
on- That you capped on both ends.
There's about 60 or 70 feet of pipe. I don't remember, Tom. They went about 20 to 30 feet to each side of the culverts. So we locate the ends and then we can just extend them.
Jim, hi, this is Erin Mannix. So you're saying from this bridge, as noted on the plan, you have roughly 20 to 30 feet on either side of existing conduit.
Yes.
And you're going to need to connect on either side. And some
Yes.
of that, my understanding from your explanation is that some of that is within the inland wetland boundary, but within the limits of the road. And
Yeah,
this existing CLMP easement.
yeah, will all be under the travel way of the existing road. There will be, because of the way the wetlands are defined, it'll all be within the wetlands, but will not require removal of any wetlands soils or anything like that, or any wetland vegetation. It's all under the surface road, and it'll just be a linear extension of the culverts that are in there. If you look at the existing, there's two lines that show CLMP easement, and then there's a TEC that's existing, and there's a telephone electrical cable that is proposed. The existing one, we're parallel to that, and we will just basically extend our culverts as that existing one goes until the point where we get to the open field, and then we'll depart and go more easterly rather than northerly. I'm not sure that's real clear the way I just explained that, but basically I think what you said is correct. We've just taken the lines that we put in, and we're going to extend them under the roadway within the parameters of the existing roadway, nothing outside the travel way.
And what does that look like? How deep does that have to be, and what size trench is that? Because there's no detail shown here, for a regulated activity as far as erosion controls or anything like that on either side of the road, or if you have to stockpile, that kind of detail. So can you explain that?
There will be no stockpiling of anything. It'll be excavation of a trench, basically 2 foot wide, not even, whatever the narrowest bucket I can get in, because all I need is enough for 2 4-inch pipes and a pipe. So it could actually go within a 1 foot or an 18-foot wide bucket, dig that out, put the pipe in, and put the material right back in. There's nothing, it's all sand and gravel in there. There won't be any sand needed to be imported for bedding or anything else like that. It'll just go in. The sedimentation erosion control, typically what you would show a detail where you'd have a silt fence on one side, a silt fence on the other. But the machine it's a narrow area. It would just knock it down, and it would be more disruptive just to try to put silt fence in there on both sides than it is to just dig the trench, put the pipe in, and keep going, and then smooth that out as you go. As everybody was there Saturday, we have a lot of basically wood chip type material that's there, that was a result of us clearing that easement area for CLMP. Part of the requirements of the CLMP easement were that it be kept clear. And over the years, last 30 years, vegetation as trees have grown over, and they said, well, if you're going to come back in here and put a new pipes in, you have to clear that vegetation back. So brought in a skid steer with a basically a grinder on the front of it. And we cleared the brush, and so we have a clear path through now. But the ground surface is strewn with basically wood chips. So it's no better material as far as soil stabilization than the wood chip material. So that would be employed just to get resurface the trench area, and then we just continue on. It could be a couple of day process, in and out, bing, bang, boom, and we could have the whole thing stabilized within 2 days.
Where's the new transformer going? Do you know?
Yeah, it's actually, it's shown on, if you look at the site development plan, there's a contour that goes up 295. It's where it is going to change in direction of the PTEC goes.
Okay.
And then it is a little box, and that's where the transformer will be.
Okay, so on a related note, not necessarily an inland wetland note, but you don't have any easements shown through this area for.
We haven't drawn that up yet with the CLMP. I have sent them the map. They put them in contact with my lawyer. They're working on it.
Okay. So the question, I guess, is for the agency, if you're looking for a different level of detail on the plan with respect to the utilities that are being proposed, and whether it's you've had a verbal description of that, but do you need any other detail as far as on the plan, the site development plan for that?
Yeah, I think, you know, as we typically do with our applications, we would want, especially given that this is directly within the regulated activity area, we'd want to see more detail on. It was good to hear the description. It wasn't clear from the plan what was going on there, and it would be helpful to see where within the regulated activity there's going to be excavation and, you know, ENS controls.
Well, in response to that, as I'm trying to, and I'll be very frank, I'm trying to push this for personal reasons. I'd be glad to add those details. I don't think there's anything controversial about trench detail that would show how exactly it's going to be installed, as long as it's in conformance with what I've described. I'd be glad to add that. Glad to add the signature box by for Mr. Snarski. Can show the limits of what I understand, where the existing conduits are and where they will be extended out, and put more notes on the plans. Again, I think that's a fairly easy thing to add. If I can do that with your approval, as a prior to I don't know, signature. I don't know, is there a signature required for this on your? No, just your approval. Maybe conditional approval that they be added to the plans with Aaron's concurrence. I would appreciate that. Or anything else that you might need. Again, the sedimentation and erosion control in case in this would be that I would suggest the best method of sedimentation control was that as the trench gets backfilled and compacted, that it be that it be covered with the wood chips that we have basically on site. I'd be glad to bring more in, but I think that's a better stabilization method than using silt fence and just sticking fence up, because there would be a constriction that just might hinder the actual installation of the pipes. But if there's anything else you need, I'd be glad to provide it. I would wish you could see your way through to approve it with those conditions.
Well, I completely understand that you would like to see it expedited. We, we have guidance on our part that we need to do to be, uniform in how we treat applications. And typically, as we did with the previous application that was right before you, we asked them to put more detail on their plans so that we have a better understanding of exactly what we are either approving or denying on paper. And it's, and so I think, well, I don't know. I have a few more questions. But if other people do as well, that's great. But there's, understanding, it may seem that, you've done this a million times and
Yes.
it's very obvious, but our job is to understand exactly what is happening in regulated activity areas, and that road is going right through those wetlands. And so it's helpful for us to have that spelled out, so we can understand exactly what we are approving, because that is our regulatory duty to do so.
I can stay here all night explaining to you
Well, that's,
why it was made. I mean, if that's what, I mean, if you have any questions, I'm glad to explain.
and we will be asking questions. I think what
Okay.
I am saying to you is that I don't know if you're gonna get a decision tonight based on.
I can try to push it. If you can't, you can't.
That's
I
fine.
mean, I'm doing what I'm doing, you're doing what you're doing. You got the picture? I will
Yeah.
tell you, that road has been there, as far as I know, since the 1890s. I believe that the farmhouse was built in the 1890s. That backfield has been plowed and used since that time. From what old Charlie Wimler told me, the Hilgerts came here from Germany, started farming there. They only could get one crop a year because being a low area, they had a late spring and an early fall. And Mr. Hilgert, who was I guess reputed to be an excellent cabinet maker, he had to resort to working on building furniture from the skills he had learned in Germany. And that's what the large red barn you saw Saturday, where you parked, that was his cabinet shop. And he sustained himself as a farmer by building furniture. That road that was built there goes back to, I'm sure, the 1890s, because that was the only way to get back there. And I'm sure it's been traveled all these years, and it's not a new facility, and I'm sure it will stand what we can put in there now. So, any other questions?
Yes, I have more questions.
Okay.
I will come back to echoing Martin's comment on, I understand your reasons for wanting the house to be pushed back as far as it is. But being within 50 feet of a wetland,
The 55 feet away from the
55
wetland.
feet, when you have the option to be out of the regulated activity, or at least much farther away, is always preferable. There's, it sounds like you're gonna put lawn in, which means you'll probably fertilize, and that adds
We won't. I've been
nutrients.
fertilized in 30 years, so
Okay.
don't worry about that.
Well, at some point, there may be someone who lives in the house who might do so. In general, it's, when we ask people to consider alternatives, and I'm not saying you have to do it, I'm saying that is a consideration that we ask of people.
Okay.
I would also say, and I will just flag this, that you cleared within the 100-foot regulated activity area. I know you did it for the easement, but you also did it in the backfield. And I guess I would ask that until you are permitted, that there isn't any more activity like that in the 100-foot regulated activity area. That is a regulated activity area. And so having cleared all that, so you cleared out all that vegetation, and you've kept mature trees, and now you want to put the house there. And I understand that. I would just flag that it would be great to kind of hold off on any more activity before you clear more, because you also cleared within that easement, but then I just heard tonight the easement within those two wetlands, but you're saying you don't know, or that's not delineated. So I don't know how big your easement is with CLNP, but you cleared a fair bit of vegetation around there, and it would be helpful to understand if that is within the easement or not in the easement, given that that is exactly in and directly adjacent to that wetland complex.
Okay, let's take it from the first point. Clearing. I thought clearing was really total clearing, site clearing. We had we removed the brush. We didn't take down mature trees. We took any trees that we took down were dead trees along the existing roadway from the transformer going back. You saw that. We had mature trees that were still standing on both sides of that roadway going to the rear. We took down all the brush, yes. That was, and I think that's legitimate. I don't think in your regulations you talked about any removal of brush. You talk about clearing, but there wasn't total clearing. We didn't remove all the trees. The other clearing that went on in the back field was removal of only brush. It was removal of the material that had been, or the plants that had been planted in the 1970s by the former owner that were left to go wild. It consisted mostly of boxwoods and some mountain laurel. But we took only trees that were dead. We didn't, as I said, I preserved all the mature trees back then. If we walked through it, you would see that we only had that removal. As a matter of fact, I left some of the mountain laurel as a buffer zone between ourselves and the property to the south owned by Mr. Johnson, where they have all basically the farm there. So it wasn't clear cut. I don't intend to do any more clearing until I have all my approvals, but I wanted to be able to clear the brush so I could get a true assessment of what the property looked like. And it was just covered with brush and growth. So I'm not doing any more, and I assure you that that won't occur. But all I removed was brush, and I think that's perfectly legit within your regulations. I didn't remove any mature trees. We have a tree line that goes back along that parallel to the Hammonasset River that has been retained. All the mature trees have been left. So I can't concur with what you said. Again, my intent was really to make it as give a clearer picture as I prepared the application, prepared the property to what we really had to deal with. So
just so you know, Mr. Portley, there's a definition for regulated activity in the regulations, and removal and deposition of materials is a regulated activity. So brush could be seen as materials. So we kind of, and if you ever had a question as to, can I remove this, you can always come here and ask us, is brush exempt from regulated activity? So it's a broad term, materials, but brush would qualify as needing an approval to remove.
I'll accede to your opinion. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
If that's the case,
If
I
you
think
were
you know where
removing
you're going
for
to be able
farming
to.
activity,
Excuse me?
that's another thing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, I think, instead of, we could, as Mr. Portley said, we could do this all night. I don't think any of us would like to do that.
No, thank
So I'm going to ask the agency members if you have any other questions or requests for information, to see on the, site plans and application. Or town staff, if you have any suggestions as well.
Jim, I have a question. I see you did some soil testing there with the health department.
Yes.
And one of the comments from the health director was that additional soil testing should be done for the design of the system. Part of the subdivision process requires a B100A review from the health department. I don't see that you've submitted that yet. Is that something you're working on submitting soon for feasibility of the septic system there on the site?
When I had Amanda out on the site doing the soil tests, this again was late December, January. She did a report that and I will check with her. I took her to say that she was satisfied that there was enough data with the soils being excellent soils, that we wouldn't have any problem with the system. She was gonna look at, I think, the status of the septic systems for our existing structures, but they were all done under the previous administration. They were all in compliance with the Connecticut Public Health Code, and she didn't anticipate any problems. I would follow up your question now with a question to her. I don't think she'll have any problem giving us approval, because you couldn't have better soils for septic systems.
Right, and that may be the case. I think it's a process that you have to formally apply to them to get that.
I made the application, I paid the fee, we dug the test.
Soil testing.
Yes.
Soil testing, the B100.
Yes, there's an
as well.
additional 19-B100A application
Yes,
as
we
well.
went on. So I did it, that was done. So is there another plan?
Okay, I don't see that B100A application, so that's why I brought it up. I only see the soil testing, so I wanted to check with you and see if you knew about that, and two, we're taking care of it, because that is a missing step for the subdivision.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was it by doing those soil tests, but I will follow up with Amanda, and if there was anything more necessary, I'd be glad to.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I think we have the two things, and Aaron and Maria, you can tell me, we haven't discussed this part yet, which I think will be easier. We have the subdivision referral to planning and zoning. So as we did with the Advent Hill application, this is a chance for the agency members to look at the property and figure out if there are wetlands issues that I'm going to share a picture. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this is a Google Earth from 2020. And it's, I don't know what time of year, but it's time of year where the leaves are off the trees. So these are the existing buildings. It's not super clear here, but this is the wetland complex. There's a road, the forest road comes through. This is where the proposed utilities, I believe that's the place, the proposed utilities are proposed to be done with the pipes. This curves off over here. This back area is the area that is proposed for the subdivision. So we have this wetland area, and then you can see the Hammonasset River is here. And then we have our, the regulated activity area is somewhere in there. This is just to give you an aerial kind of view of the property. We could look at it currently. This is 2023. This is May 2023. This is a year ago. You really can't see the wetlands as well. So you can go back and you could look. I think 2012 is a little clearer. You can see the wetland complex. And again, in any case, just as you think about the subdivision referral, we're looking to kind of carve out, or Mr. Portley is looking to carve out this bit back here, adjacent to this wetland. But of course, getting the utilities in affects that other wetland complex. So I just wanted to put that up there, and now I need to stop sharing, but I'm never going to be able to figure that out. Can someone stop sharing for me? Oh, wait, here, stop share. So as we think about the subdivision referral right now, and we'll come back to the regulated activity in a minute. Are there any issues, as we did with Advent Hill, that you would like to highlight to planning and zoning in our report to them?
I would maybe add, this is Martin, you know, the Hammonasset River is an important resource, and any effort we can make to keep development, you know, outside the regulated area would be advised.
Okay. Anybody else, any other agency members? You know, thinking through what we've heard, what you've seen on the site plan and in the pictures I just showed you, and for those of you who walked the area, are there any other wetland issues we need to flag for planning and zoning as they consider this subdivision referral?
No.
I guess I would just highlight that, you know, I think we need to understand clearly what the easement is, the CLMP easement, and the utility connection, and just make sure that that's clearly delineated and you know, that we understand how that's all going to work, since it does go through a significant wetland complex.
So when the commission did the site walk, and I apologize for missing it last second, did you guys have to walk all the way back there, or is that
Yes.
southern driveway accessible to get back there?
You can walk on the driveway, but it's cleared. So you know, it was pretty easy to walk back. And we walked
Right.
on the bridge that Mr. Portley has referenced with the utilities underneath. So which is, it goes right through the wetlands, and you know, so there's wetlands all over the place on that front part. And then the wetlands for the back lot are the Hammonasset River riparian wetlands.
Nope. Okay, I'm just thinking if I was to be able to visit the site in the next weekend or so, what's my best way to get back there? But I'll ask Aaron.
Either way, we walked in
And we
across
walked
the
back
easement.
on the driveway, yeah.
We walked in across the easement all the way back, very easily done if you park up by the houses that are at the front.
Okay,
And we walked out the gravel driveway to the furthest
To the
south
south?
of the lot on the way out.
Okay.
So either way is easy to get in, but to
Yeah.
get an idea of the easement, you'd want to walk across the easement, and I think it would just be really, I mean, the excavation that would go on, while it is a driveway and an easement going in, and it's been there for, like you say, ever, just the sedimentation control of that, you know, silt fence or whatever, just to make sure, because you are doing excavation. It's a roadway, but it's a roadway through the middle of a swamp.
Right. All right. Other, so why don't we, well,
A pond.
I guess for Maria and Aaron, even though this is together, it seems like the subdivision referral can be separate, because that's just kind of our report to planning and zoning. Is that correct?
How long will that last?
Well, I had that same question. If it could be referred and then other things addressed at the time of a regulated activity permit.
Well,
But-
I mean, I think there's a lot of questions remaining for the regulated activities.
Yeah,
I mean, if we can do if we can do our subdivision referral tonight, then that can just, that all by itself can go to planning and zoning. But if that can't, then I guess we just keep it all together. But
Aaron, your thoughts?
You can separate them. I think the question is, do you have, you know, as your questions raised are how you're going to service utilities to the lot.
yes,
And so if the question is, do you need any additional information to make your recommendations or your comments to the Planning and Zoning Commission with respect to, you know, the creation of this lot? If you feel comfortable, then you can separate them out and make your comments and then request additional information regarding the regulated activity.
okay. Well, I'm sensing that maybe it's better to keep them together, since we don't have all the information clearly laid out for the utilities, which would need to be part of a feasibility for the subdivision. Is that right? But
Well, that's the proposed method, to come over the existing woods road for your utilities. And so if you have, you can acknowledge that there's a wetland crossing for, through existing conduit, but there is excavation within the limits of the boundary. I mean, you already have a pending regulated activity permit. If you have recommendations on placement of house, or are looking for assigned map before
Right.
referral, I mean,
Soil
that's,
scientists
if you're
report.
not, then I think you can just handle it in comments. I guess it depends on consensus from the commission.
well, okay, for the agency members, I mean, it's
Right.
obviously a big project. What are thoughts? Should we just, continue this all together for the next meeting and get more information? I'm happy to entertain agency members' thoughts on this.
It seems, I'm comfortable with splitting them up. If that will make it a shorter overall period for him to get started, if that makes sense. In other words, would planning and zoning act on this? If we gave them the referral, would they be acting on this before we approve the regulated activity, or decide on the regulated activities?
I don't know.
And if that's the case, I'm comfortable splitting them, because I think it's important for us to get more detail. I also share everybody's concerns about pushing it as far back when there's options, when the house could be moved further away from the wetland. But I don't have any concerns about going over that road. So I'm not sure what I would need to approve the subdivision as it's laid out. As
For
long
planning and zoning, it says it's tabled to the April 18th meeting right now.
Okay. Others,
if that made sense, I don't know.
yeah, no, I hear you. So for Joe and Tom and Anna and Martin,
I have one question. So this is the proposed subdivision.
right.
We've got lot 1 here that we're looking at. Like, is it possible? Are there any buildable square issues or easement issues or other issues that prevent the western boundary of lot 1 to be pushed further west into the open field?
I don't know that. There is, as I showed, and it's also on the plan, there's a shared driveway to this back house. Oh, but this other property. And I think
That's further west. Yeah, that's further west.
I don't
the-
know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the existing gravel drive. So I just am wondering why we can't move the western boundary of lot 1. I mean, that lot's off pretty small compared to the other lot. I mean, why couldn't we make that lot a little bit bigger and push the house further away from the wetlands? We're looking at a map and I feel like we're confining ourselves to what's been drawn here, but why couldn't we redraw lot 1 and make it larger and pull that western lot line further west and move the house further west? I think that the lot line being there kind of pushes the house eastward toward the Hammonasset River. So I'm just curious, why was that lot line selected that way, and what's holding us back from moving it, further west so we can move the house further west?
Okay, let me
The
answer.
lot line would not need to move to slide the house towards the west.
Yeah, I think there's scope for that. It's a preference issue.
If I may, I own this property. I have 3 children. I'm 78 years old. I'm looking to, if I can, provide enough so that I would have 3 lots that I could give to
Ah.
each of my children. I've designed this to, I think, be very generous in providing additional space for the placement of the house and so forth. I still, and I think there is still plenty of room. If you insist that I move the house and the studio westerly, I can still do that within the confines of the existing lot lines and building lines. I think it will be a poorer design, but if you insist, I'll have to do that because you have regulatory jurisdiction. I think that's not what I would want to do. I think it's sad commentary that I would just to do that because I would provide 24 or 5 more feet to a wetland that I am not imperiling in any way. We have a letter from the Regional Water Authority has looked at this plan and said meets all their regulations, their protection of their resources. Why we would have to do that is just, to me, just because you want to, and that's fine. You have jurisdiction. I'll accede to that regulatory control you have, but I think that's not really serving the public. It's just serving your own interests. This is a good sized lot. We're talking about basically a 2+ acre lot. Yes, it has some restrictions on it, but it's still a great lot. It's all great soils. It's not going to imperil anybody. I think you're being, this isn't a 20,000 square foot lot downtown. This is out in an R2 zone. There's plenty of area out there. If you had walked the land, Martin, you'd realize how big a space this is to place a house, a small house. This isn't a mansion. This is a 36 by 26 house. If you folks insist that we push it further away, I have to agree to that. But I don't like it, and I think it's beyond what is reasonable. Our alternate in terms of providing utility, if you think it makes sense, over the last couple of years, we've had so many power outages to take and install a power pole line from the existing transformer down that roadway out to this house, where we've had outages because power lines get blown down or they get interrupted by trees. Because on both sides of that roadway, there are big trees that in the course of a winter storm could knock our power line out. Do you think that makes sense? Okay. But I don't, it doesn't make sense to me.
So
You put power lines underground to protect the people that the power lines serve. And if you can't see the clarity of that, I don't know what the hell you're doing in this commission. Because yes, I can put sedimentation controls in, and I'd be glad to do that. But this is a roadway that's existed as far as I know for at least 135 years. It's been farmed, it's been traveled. You can dig under it, and you can put new conduits in, and nobody would be affected by anything. So you do what you got to do. I just see the way this is going. You're not, you're going to want more details, you got more of this and that, but it's not going to make a better project. Look at it from a practical point. Look at it from your point of view as homeowners and property owners. Is this going to help this project? All this discussion? I don't think so. But I'm at your mercy. So please do what you got to do. Let's go.
Thank you.
So I don't think I heard anybody say that we were recommending power poles.
You were looking at alternatives. There is no alternatives. Underground or above surface.
So I think where we're at here is I think we and I appreciate your perspective, but we're volunteering our time to do a regulatory committee and follow state and town guidelines. And that's all we do. It's not, I don't have a personal interest. I don't think any of us have a personal interest. We are doing what we're supposed to do. and that is enforcing wetland regulations and making sure development is in line with the current regulations we have today, which are much different than they were in the past. So where I see it now is we can either do the subdivision referral tonight and move that on to P&Z if the commission feels that they have enough information to provide planning and zoning with the situation regarding where the utilities are going and the back lot and where it is and where the proposed house is, with respect to the wetlands. So that is the subdivision referral. My sense is that for the regulated activity permit, we're gonna wanna see more information about the excavation, like on the plans, the excavation and, however you're going to manage sedimentation and erosion control measures would need to be called out on the plan, as we ask just about everyone to do who comes before us. So for the agency, Lee's feeling fine about a subdivision referral, given that and I would be fine with a subdivision referral as long as we call out, some of the issues we've discussed. But, I would, if anybody is opposed to that, you should say, and then we'll just table it all and do it next month, which is fine as well.
I have a question. Mr. Portley doesn't share our concerns about being that close to the Hammonasset River wetland. Would a wetland scientist report be helpful in addressing whether or not moving the house would have a significant within that lot, moving the house would have a significant difference in the impact on that wetland? I mean, we're assuming it would because the regulations say, what the distance from the wetland should be. But if we had a report from wetland scientists that indicated that in this situation it wouldn't have a significant impact, would that alleviate some concerns from some of the other commission members?
Well, I guess they can speak for themselves. I think, that puts an added burden to Mr. Portley with respect to hiring for that. And I think that oftentimes the wetland scientist reports are very helpful in saying possibilities, right? So it could say, yes, there's probably no effect, or it could say, well, there might be, which is fine. And I guess, what we try to do when we try to keep things as far away from an inland wetland boundary as we can, it's because there are lots of things that maybe we don't know or that we might just suppose. And to the best of our ability, we are trying to protect our freshwater resources. And, having a house 55 feet, from a wetland with those structures, at the very least, we'll want to understand, this is something we can bring up for next time, what does an inch of rain look like on that property? That's something we typically ask people to say. If you have impervious surfaces, what is that happening? It looks pretty flat. It looks like there'd be a lot of infiltration. So maybe there aren't that many impacts. So that would be up to Mr. Portley if he wanted to do that.
No,
But I I
That
think
you answered my question. That's fine.
okay. So I
I don't
think
have an issue with a referral going to the Planning and Zoning Commission because Mr. Portley's proposing a lot that's way in the back up against the Hammonasset River, apparently on top of a hill. And with that come encumbrances with regards to this commission and proposals. So if that's the lot he wants, I don't have a problem with sending the referral with a positive comment with the caveats that it is going to be a lot where there's a heavy overview by us, and it's our job to protect the Hammonasset River and the wetlands that are adjacent to it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna propose a motion and we can just vote. It's getting late and we're not even close to through our agenda. So I'm gonna propose that for application 24-12 Durham Road, that we make a referral for subdivision, our subdivision referral to planning and zoning, highlighting that this lot the proposed house is within, is pretty close to the wetlands. So of course we will see it back for a regulated activity, which is pending before us now. And that there are some questions about exactly what is going to happen for the excavation or the underground utilities that are proposed to go through a wetland complex. And to also highlight that it would be helpful to understand the CLMP easement and how big it is and what the requirements for that easement are, since it is tied directly to those underground utilities. So for the agency members, is there anything I have missed or that, well, that's a motion. So I'll entertain a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. I moved, I said I would make this motion and then I just spoke. All right, so thank you, Anna. So I kind of highlighted the points we've talked about, and this is for our report to P&Z. Is there anything else that any of the agency members would like to add?
Nope.
From town staff, did I miss anything that would be helpful for planning and zoning to understand?
Wake up.
Yeah.
My question, you mentioned a CLMP easement. The easement would not come back, the location of the easement would not come back to you before it went to planning and zoning. Unless
That's
what you're looking for?
No, I just that there's a recognition that there is this easement over the underground utilities, and that currently it's not well delineated on the plan. And I don't know what CLMP wants from that. What their expectations are with respect to maintenance of that easement.
Okay.
Yeah, so no, all right, all in favor of this referral to planning and zoning? Raise your hand. Say aye. Okay, so I see Mr. Portley has left us. I'm gonna make a motion that we table this application to our May 6th meeting. And ask the applicant to get some of the information that we also discussed. So my motion is to table it and to ask for more information about the excavation for the underground utilities, and to have a better understanding of well, I guess to maybe consider bumping the house away a little from the wetlands. And what else?
And you're saying table the regulated activity permit, you're saying?
Yes, table
Okay.
the regulated activity permit. I guess so so I'm gonna, so to table it and to request additional information that we've discussed tonight.
Mhm.
some more information on the utilities, and what the limits of disturbance are gonna be, and considering bumping the house away from the wetland in the back. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
second that.
All right,
Uh,
is there any discussion or
Mark-
anything else
well,
that I can add?
How did we end the discussion about a signature from a soil scientist? Wasn't that something that
Right,
Martin?
that's why we get to have this discussion. So, right, I think it would be helpful to have, to get the information. He said he had maps from Rich Snarsky and the signature. We do ask our applicants to have that on the site plan. It's standard. So we can add that. Anything else that we should add to this motion?
That's the only thing I can think of.
So Martin or Joe or Anna, Tom?
I guess this is Martin. Is this a significant activity if we're going to be doing a trench across a large swath of wetland, even though it is on an existing farm road?
We didn't deem it a significant activity, and I guess the clarity, my understanding is there's not disturbance in the wetland. It's outside.
Right.
But that's what's just not clear.
Well, hopefully he'll
delineated.
remark the map. Where
It's
the pipe-
delineated as a wetland on the map that we're looking at right now. And for the record, I was a nay on the subdivision referral.
Okay. Great. So I'm pulling up the plan. I think, I mean, it's just not clear on the subdivision. It's not, so yes, it's delineated, but that road, the road itself is in the wetland, but on either side, and maybe that's what we need to understand. It's not clear. My understanding is that the excavation is outside, it's within the regulated activity, but it's outside the wetland because that bridge has those pipes. But that's why it would be helpful to have clarity on that. Am I mistaking that? And for those of you on the sidewalk, I thought that's what.
That's the way I understood it,
That's the way I understood it on the sidewalk.
but I agree with that. He should show the limits of disturbance on either end of the end of those pipes.
Right, so
and
that's, yeah, go ahead.
whether or not they, they need, what kind of erosion sediment controls they need at those excavations, depends on how big it's, what their plans are. But at the very least, they have to show a limit of disturbance on either end, I think. But-
Right, yeah, and I agree, and that's what it was, when we were on the sidewalk, that was exactly the question I asked. I said, well, do you have to dig this, are you going to disturb this?
Right.
And the answer was, no, the answer was, it was off and not in the wetlands. But
Right.
in the regulated activity, but not in the wetlands.
Part
But
of
that's not here.
Well, yeah, he didn't have marked where he thought the ends of those pipes were, so there's no way for us to tell when we were out there. So,
And we can not approve this motion, and if
The other question comes in, I know he's got the bridge there and he's digging a foot wide or a 2 foot wide trench for the PVC pipe. But I don't know what the distance is between, if you dig down 24 inches in that roadway, is it filling up with water? You've got a pond on both sides. The water level has got to be up fairly close to the road. I mean, the road's been there for a long time, but how can it be inside the wetlands if you dig down 24 inches and you hit water?
The road is in a delineated wetland
if you auger down into the road and you encounter wetland soils within 20 inches, then it's a wetland. Rich might be able to go out there and pick out the road and do a more detailed delineation and show that the road is not wetland, depending on how deep the fill is for the road. That really needs to be done for clarification.
I agree.
All right, well, I'm gonna suggest that we deny my motion and start over. So, all in favor of this motion, raise your hand and say aye. All opposed? I'm opposed.
Motion maker is opposed, I'm opposed too, so that's fine.
So,
If Lee's opposed, I'm opposed.
all right, so we're
It-
gonna start over.
it's-
We're not gonna, we're gonna. Well,
I think
we're
it's incomplete. This looks to me to be
Where's-
incomplete.
Agreed.
okay, well, then that makes that easy. I mean, so I guess one option is to just deny it and ask, if it's not complete. I mean,
This is your first evening discussing an application, so you
Right.
can request additional information, which is what I thought you were
that's what
doing.
I was doing, but
Yeah.
it was complicated with the tabling, so I think.
Yeah, I was just looking at the staff report to see if we can get more.
So if you, you have made a motion and you have taken action on comments for a subdivision referral, correct?
Yes.
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 So I think that's fine to request some additional information regarding the road, perhaps its elevation as it relates to the wetland, if the limits of the existing underground conduit, and if the extension of that conduit actually falls within in a wetland or the watercourse, for example. If it does, then the applicant and Mr. Portley is an engineer, can provide further detail, as far as a section on what the trenching would look like and where that would be, and some appropriate ENS controls. And at the same time, you can have him consult with the wetland scientist, to get you the soil map and signature that you requested. And to assess that, Jim's design of the utility crossing has limited impact or is outside of the wetland area. And that information can just be brought to you for further discussion at your next meeting. You don't need to act on the regulated activity this evening. You can
No,
table.
that was what we were doing. We were tabling it, but asking for more information. But I think in the course of asking for more information, what Anna and Martin have brought up is that, and because we don't have the information, is this, if this work is in the wetland, which we don't understand, then that would be probably a significant activity,
Make that
depending on
determination.
extent of work. So I guess that would be something we'd have to determine at the next.
Determine when you get the rest of the information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's
we don't
fine.
have that, we don't have enough information, and it wasn't clear. It's not clear. Okay,
Yes.
so I'm gonna move that
Yeah.
we table this application to the May 6th meeting and request for more information as outlined by town staff, so we can better understand this project.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
Or do we need to be specific in terms of exactly what we're looking for? I mean, give the applicant some direction, or do we have enough recorded at this point to give them something to work with?
Aaron just read, so the motion.
I feel
included what
comfortable
town
with
staff
your
just-
notes.
Yeah, so what Aaron had just outlined, getting more information from the wetland scientists, understanding more about where those utilities are and what's required. And she had, what she had just mentioned was part of my motion. So is that okay? Is that okay with you, Martin? Or, I mean, you're welcome to add
Sounds
more.
great, thank you. No,
Okay.
sounds good.
Okay.
We'll
All in
schedule
favor?
a follow-up meeting with the applicant to go over that.
Yeah,
since
that'd
he's
be
not-
helpful.
Yep, sure.
All right, all in favor of tabling and getting more information? Raise your hand, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay,
Moving on.
that's fun. All right, so now we are gonna move along to at 10:10 to our receipts. So, our first receipt is 24-13, 148 Summer Hill Road. This is for another home in the subdivision that we have seen numerous times over the past.
Yeah, it's the last lot to be developed.
Yeah, so it's the last lot. So we had those enforcement activities earlier in the year in 2023. This is the third. We're just receiving it tonight. I don't think I need to see it. I've seen that area for a while. Does anybody else feel like you can also drive by if you
Yeah,
want?
I can drive by.
Okay. But if anybody wants a site walk, that you can say. This one's an easy drive by.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't need one.
Okay. But it's always good to drive by, and then you can also see what they've done with the other two houses. Our second application is 24-17, 20 Milestone Drive. This is for a regulated activity permit for non-compliant septic repair. This and Chuck Mandel's here with his hand up. I will call you on in just a second, but this is just to highlight for those who weren't on the walk. This is a failed septic or failing or something non-compliant. And it's a complete redesign of the septic system. And I guess Chuck can tell us a little bit.
Hi, Chuck Mandel. I know typically you just receive these applications and get on with your business, and it's a long night. This is a rather unique situation for the commission. It's not a typical application for any improvements that they want to make. The applicant is selling his home. He's actually moved out. During the inspection, the system was in disrepair. It's essentially in the same exact spot that it was, except it's raised out of the groundwater. Right, Bob Russo went and flagged the wetlands. It all contained within the yard area. We sent it to NDDB. There was an endangered, well, Kilo knows more about the actual mechanics, or it was swamp cottonwood, I think, was there. We had looked at by David Connolly or Brian, I forget his name. I'm sorry.
Brian Connolly.
Brian Connolly, yeah. He said there was really no impact to the endangered cottonwood. So I was just hoping that the commission could act quickly on this to repair the system. There are no real alternatives to it without starting to structurally remove parts of the house. The well is in the front of the house. It's an old subdivision. It was approved prior to wetlands. The yard is actually in filled wetlands. So I was just hoping that the commission would grant an administrative approval so we can get this fixed and just everyone can get on with their lives. And I'll just leave it at that. And whatever the commission decides, I will obviously abide by their decision. And thank you very much.
That's
Great.
not a legal request. Just to get that out there. You do not have the authority to approve an application upon receipt. You have a 14-day statutory waiting period, and your agents are not authorized to issue approvals within a wetland or watercourse. So we're not able to accommodate Mr. Mandel's request.
I would take the 14 days.
Which would be a request for a special meeting.
Yeah. So it looks like on the plan, because what we also do when we receive applications is we decide if we can at the time, or later if we can't decide, or if we don't have enough information, not that we can't decide. But in this case, it looks like the proposed repair is within the wetland. And oftentimes this triggers a significant activity designation. I have not gone out to look at this, and it looks so it I don't know, has anybody else on the agency looked at the application?
Nope.
No. Okay.
No, I'm behind on my plan reviews. Is this a tank replacement or is it a leach field issue?
The system.
It's both, actually. The tank and pump was replaced already.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I ask, Chuck, is there a reason you didn't pull the system 5 feet off the deck? Like pull it up so that you have less in the, as I'm looking at your plan?
Actually, we're 5 feet now, Aaron, I believe. Oh, actually, we're 10. I mean, we could slide it a little close.
You might be getting closer to getting out of the wetland if you do that.
Yeah, we could certainly slide. I think we can. I'm not sure. We went back and forth with the health department many times with this. We probably could be 5 feet off with the leach field. What happens is we have to be 25 feet from the edge of water, which we've located on there. So that's why it's a non-compliant repair. We can't meet the MLSS on this project.
Well, obviously, getting as much out of the wetland as possible is preferable.
Right, but I think the commission needs to walk it to get a sense of there's actually a fence, an old fence that's in the wetlands now that was abandoned, 6 foot stockade fence, and now the vinyl fence is actually everything's contained within the vinyl fence area.
Okay.
Seems like we need to walk it.
Well,
I'd certainly be available to walk it earlier than sooner than later. Like I said, it's right now it's to repair the system.
A couple of
Yeah,
things.
this is
If the agency considers this replacement that's within the wetland a significant activity, then that would require a public hearing, which you would have to run legal notices for and not be able to do any actions within 2 weeks of having a special
right.
meeting.
Yeah, no, I
So
understand.
you have to make that determination first. And see if you want to drive by individually or.
So the property, there's nobody at the property now, right?
It's vacant, yes.
This is. Sorry, am I looking at the right site plan here with a rectangular shaped wetland boundary? Chuck, is that?
Yes, that is. It's rectangular. That's the fringe of the filled wetlands, Martin.
Lot 6, Milestone Farms, right?
Yeah, it's up on the screen now.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the provided material. So and the proposed leaching trench is in that aqua colored?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see that it's in the wetland. The wetland boundary is beyond it.
Actually, the fill package is. So if you look at the triangular line, Martin, the fill actually extends, and we need a gravel blanket per the health code, per the health department. It's about 1 foot deep, so it's a remove and replace. So there's no gain of fill in the wetlands.
Oh, okay. So there's no really net change here. I mean, shoot, guys, this is a repair of a failing system. They have to do something here, and this is the best plan that they came up with. Can't imagine we're going to do any better whether we see this site or not. This is a repair that needs to happen as soon as possible. I don't see why we should delay or fuss over this. I mean, gosh, this is needed, and it's as of right, essentially, right? I mean, we're not going to deny this repair of a septic system that's failing. It needs to be done as soon as possible. I don't know how we're going to get any better than what's on the screen.
Well, no one lives there, so it's not like imminently in need of repair. And due to the fact that it's in wetlands, I don't think we could approve it like Mr. Courtley wanted, bing, bang, boom. I think we should at least schedule it for next month, even if we don't have a site walk.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not
Erin
saying that
said
we
she
can
can't
approve it
approve it.
tonight. Yeah, I'm not saying we can't approve it tonight, but I'm just saying that trying to call it out for what it is.
Yep.
Do we know if there's any discharges occurring right now to the wetland?
No, right now, that as Joe had said, the property is not being lived in right now, but it is holding up people moving in.
Why is it not being lived in?
The owner has moved and the new owners are trying to get into this house.
Right, so that's the push, is that the people want to get it fixed up so they can move in.
Like to go to the bathroom in the house.
Well, yes. Okay, so we can't approve it tonight.
But as Erin had mentioned, it could be a 14-day approval with a special meeting. And I would certainly walk with anybody who wants to go out there.
Do we have to meet for a special meeting? Are you asking us to meet
Yes, we
again?
He's requesting that you hold a special meeting to act on this application in 14 days.
Okay, just clarify.
Could be a 2-minute Zoom meeting, Kilo.
It would be very
I
short.
do think, I mean, along those lines, I think there is a possibility that this system could slide slightly, you know, I know that wasn't necessarily the goal. This proposal was
They're still
reviewed
gonna,
by the health department.
we're still gonna have that gravel blanket in the wetlands. So whether it's 2 feet, 3 feet, I mean, it's moot. If we can slide it a couple of feet, we will, but we're still gonna be within the wetlands.
How much is in the wetlands now? You can't really tell.
Well, down at the bottom, so the disturbed
Yes,
area
I
is
see.
874 square feet of disturbed area, right?
Yeah.
But it's a
And
net,
as Chuck,
it's a net gain. There's no fill in the wetlands. It's a net gain. It's a remove and replace. Be topsoil, the fence will be put back in, and there'll be topsoil placed on top of that. And if you walk it, you'll see that it will grow back very quickly.
it's all existing lawn.
Would more or less be a replacement in kind, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, well, does town staff have a recommendation on doing this 2-week? I'm looking at my calendar.
Can we do a sidewalk and a special meeting all in one?
No.
No, I think people would have to just go out and it's and I mean, well, we could. I mean, if people want to do a site walk.
It's vacant, so are we allowed to go onto the property individually?
Yes, there's no issue with that. You can walk on anytime it's vacant. I just received a text from the current owner, and there's a family just waiting to move into this place.
Okay.
I'll
All
go
right.
and walk it tomorrow.
So for Aaron and Maria, is there an issue with doing a special meeting
Via Zoom.
via Zoom? Yes.
That's at your discretion. If you want to do that and the commission agrees to it, then we can send out some dates.
That's my vote.
I agree.
Yeah, 2 weeks from today works perfectly for me.
All right. Well, someone can make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we hold a special meeting for this application in 2 weeks.
I'll second that.
Right, so for discussion, I think we will have, it has to be after 14 days from today, and town staff can give us, obviously, we need everybody available, some dates to choose from to expedite this. And I guess I would say that if there was any option to slide, as if Mr. Mandel can look and see if there's any option to, yes, there's going to be some in the wetland, but if there's a way to minimize any of that, that would be wonderful.
I will work on that tomorrow.
All right. All in favor of voting for this? Raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. All right. See you in.
Thank you very much.
Nice job.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna have my hand up for the next application
Oh my gosh.
too, so I'm sorry.
Can't get
I'm
enough.
sorry.
All right, so we have application 18-38, 6-9 Campus Drive. For those of you on the site walk, this is to look at the installation of geothermal wells at town campus, which already was. It's a modification for a permit to deal with an excess amount of water that is coming out of the ground as they dig these wells. About 10,000 gallons a day, I was told. So we're receiving this, but I sense from the addition of people onto our Zoom screen that there is a sense of urgency here as well. So go ahead, Mr. Mandel, and
Oh, there he is.
tell us about this.
Okay, good evening, Chuck Mandel, agent for the applicant. This project was ongoing for about a couple of years now. With me here is Peter Anderson, facilities director, Felicia Smith. Bob Russo is also on somewhere. I think he was still on, unless he fell asleep.
Well,
The well project, everyone's very familiar with the project if they've been by the town hall recently. The original soil erosion control plan that was done, I believe, it wasn't done by our office. I don't know how it got taken care of. That was originally approved. It didn't appear to be working very well when it was put in place. So during the first well drilling, there was a breach of the silt fence. They ceased and desist. We were contacted by Peter Anderson. We came up with an erosion control plan with Bob Russo and Rob Sima, who I think fell asleep before this, so he won't be here right now. They're on their varying amounts of well water. Water is being discharged during the process. Believe the second well was almost 60 gallons per minute, so they couldn't contain it with what they had. So we've come up with a plan with Bob, and Rob is there. Okay. We've come up with a plan. Yep, sounds good. We've come up with a plan that shows we're gonna have a series of large ponded areas outside the 100-foot review for settling. We're then going to pump the effluent into a series of silt sack bags surrounded by staked hay bales. Then from the 50-foot review line, we're going to have another series of hay bales broken in such a way where people can have access to the arts barn. I heard that was an important element of this. And then at the fringe of the parking lot, the park area, there's actually a vegetative area that's adjacent to the wetlands. We're going to have a 4-foot wide berm, about 1 foot high of wood chips, and backed by straw wattles. We also went ahead and had a chemical analysis done of the well water for VOCs and TPH. And those all came back as ND and no detectable traces of any volatile chemicals or any petroleum products, and that's part of the record also. Once again, I would request a special meeting so they can keep moving forward. It's quite a intense schedule. We have the anti-tracking pad on there. There's a stone berm, which we located. If you zoom in, I don't know who's controlling the screen right now, to that little rectangle to the just above the wells, which are those circular areas there. And scroll on over. Okay, right. So that would be the dewatering area. That's inside the 100-foot review zone. The silt fence is at the 100-foot review, and the silt sacks will bleed water, just clear. It won't be clear. It may have a little bit of silt, but by the time it gets to the point of concern, it should be very clean. That's about all I have to say. If you have any questions for Bob or for Rob Sima, they're on also. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, when on the site walk, you said it's the silt sacks and then two kind of hay bale barriers. Is that right?
Correct. So yeah, so the silt sacks will be surrounded directly adjacent, touching the silt sacks. There'll be hay bales, and then beyond that, there's another row of hay bales, and then beyond that is a 4-foot wide berm of wood chips and backed by a straw wattle. So it's actually
that's right next to, that's like completely adjacent to the wetland, the wood chips.
correct. That's right on the edge of the existing parking area. That's right now it's a gravel and broken up bituminous asphalt, and that's that dashed line.
Right. All right, do the agency members have any questions? And for those of you who weren't on the site walk, if you haven't been, it's it's informative to go look at it.
Hi, this is Martin. I have gone and looked at it. I just have one question. I was curious of, what the anticipated volume might be for discharge.
So I kind of looked at that. It varies per well. I think the first well, they were about 500 feet deep. And then subsequently, I think the second and third wells might be 450 feet deep due to the volume of water coming up. So it was like 60 gallons per minute, I think, was one of the wells, which was quite a bit of water. So I mean, if it was that's 3,800 gallons an hour, or close to, if they're running it for 8 hours, that's 28,800 gallons per day. And I thought I heard something about diverting groundwater. So that's 50,000 gallons. You need a diversion permit, and that's exempt under 22A37B-16. That's the exemption for anything under 50,000 gallons per day.
I'm familiar with that exemption. And then that's clean groundwater coming out of the ground and then being managed at the surface through those silt sacks.
Correct.
Okay.
So the intent is to capture the first flush of water coming out in these settling ponds, and we can, as we go along the bottom row of wells, we can expand those ponds to capture as much as we need to, and so it gets a chance to settle. Any of the solids that are there will be excavated as needed and brought off site to a suitable area.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant?
I have a couple questions for you, Chuck.
Yeah.
Are you using these eco tubes?
No, actually, we're going to be, they're 15 by 15, the silt sacks. So we are revised.
Filter bags that are out, like
Yeah,
the one that's out there now.
Yeah, there's one out there. When actually couldn't get hold, we called the company that manufactured them, and they did send us not a complete detail, but there's a blurb on the newest sheet that we have. We swap that out. We don't have the geotubes. We have those silt sacks. They're 15 by 15, and there's actually one on site now, if anyone wanted to drive by the town campus and take a look at it. I don't know if I mentioned I was looking for a special. What's that, Rob?
They're 100-micron filter bags, so they're about the size of a human hair is what gets through it.
That was my question, because, you know, the erosion control manual for the state says that they should be chosen, you know, the porosity of them, depending on the types of sediment that you're getting out. And so I know what was coming out of the existing bag that's there, you can see that it is that grade, that there is some fines within that water. So I wanted to just clarify that you've gone through that and appropriately identified what type of filter bag should be used down here.
Typically, they're 80 to 100-micron filters, which, like I said, is about the size of a human hair is all it is that can get through it. Otherwise, it's just color.
Okay. How many of them are you having with, what are the dimensions? They're not called out on this, of this dewatering area within the parking lot.
Yeah, so the dewatering area, they're 15 by 15. We're gonna have a series of 3 bags. So as they get used up, we can swap out the bags and replace them as needed. But there will be some redundancy in the bags themselves. And there, like I said, on the new plan, that there is a description of those silt sacks.
So you have a new plan, but we don't have that yet.
We had submitted that you should have that, showing the detail of the 15 by 15 bags.
Okay, so you're excavating in this parking lot then to install silt fence and back it by hay bales?
Nope, we're not putting silt fence in. We're using staked hay bales that requires no excavation. They're going to be right on the surface, and then we're going to put the series of a 4-foot wide berm of wood chips around the vegetated area, backed by straw wattles. There's no excavation.
No, the dewatering area, it shows you have silt fence backed by hay bales. The one that's
okay, I take that back. We are excavating 18 inches, and then there's going to be stone underneath that. You're right. I stand corrected.
Okay, so
The
you're
excavation would
excavating
be
that area 18 inches. Okay.
Right.
So that's
Correct.
within the water company's easement. So I didn't realize.
But yeah, but the water company is 5 feet deep. We're going to have it fairly well marked. So, and it's a temporary structure. There's nothing permanent there. There's no fear of breach.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because they commented on the last application, or the original application was referred to the water company, and we did receive comments from them. Okay, so you're going to have 3 filter bags within this enclosed excavated area. So they're going to be depressed 18 inches into the ground, or how much you're adding gravel to that?
There's going to be 6 inches of stone underneath, and there's a detail that shows that. Yes, we're excavating 18 inches, bringing 6 inches of stone that the filter bags will sit on top.
Yep, got it. The polyester.
That's on sheet 2.
Yep, I see that.
Yeah,
okay.
so if you look at the
So then your
scroll up, whoever's controlling that.
Your staked hay bales, those are running through the edge of where the parking lot ends. So you're leaving spaces between those for vehicles, or are you totally closing off this area of the parking lot and enclosing the whole thing?
It'll be pedestrian access only.
So there are openings in the hay bales between them?
Yeah, like I said, the plan, the other plan that we had that we submitted, that should be on there, we are showing pedestrian access for that.
Okay, but no vehicular access.
No vehicular access, right.
Okay. And so I guess my question is, the plan is to continue to drill, have these trenches that are going to channel the water and spoils, and you have a detention area that then you're
the detention area is going to be where the wells are. Yes, we're
That
using
front
the
corner?
well area, the detention area, as needed. Right. If you went out there now, you'd see they're actually ponded areas within the wells themselves, and it's cased, so we can dig down and make those ponds. We can make that the entire length of the wells area, of the lower area. Yes.
Well, I guess that was my question, because they're not draining well. And so those have been
No,
pumped.
and that's the reason we need the silt sacks. That's why we need to pump. Exactly right.
Okay.
And then, in fact, they have been pumped with a septic trunk. During some of the heavy rains, Peter was concerned that they were going to breach. So he has had a septic company come out and actually take that wastewater out of there.
So what is the plan for the sediment that's in there as far as, I mean, is that actually going to dry out enough to be able to be excavated out of these areas?
Maybe Rob can answer that. I'm not sure.
95% of the times it dries up within a couple weeks, depending on the soil conditions.
But you
But
have
yeah.
enough room for these detention basins with that amount of sediment
As long
to last that amount of time? I guess that's my question.
as long as we keep the excavator on site to remove the tailings, like Chuck said, every once in a while. You just might have to take a load or two off site once in a while, that's all. But typically we should. It's just the water that it's not the tailings we can't control, it's the water.
Okay, and so you're gonna be removing the filter bag that's up along the Arts Barn access way then? And utilizing only what's in the parking lot?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, my last question, I'm sorry. What does geothermal well ghosting area mean up along the Arts Barn? What is a ghosting area, Chuck?
No idea. I have no idea what that means.
That wasn't from your plan, right? That was,
No, that was the mechanical engineer's plan. I have no idea what that means.
No, it was on the original plan also.
Yeah, that might have been a comment from them. I'm not sure what that means. I could find out before the special meeting for sure.
Where does it say that?
It says it on the Arts Barn currently, but it was on they were shown as rectangles on the originally approved plan. But I didn't know what ghosting area meant. I wasn't sure if it was a specific.
Did they originally talk about putting geothermal into that building too, 4 or 5 years ago? And that was a possibility if there was enough.
Is that what ghosting means? I have no idea.
Could just been future consideration for the geothermal if the area was big enough, but I don't think we have enough area to do them both now.
yeah, it was right here.
Okay. And for the agency, your previous approval is in the file. You specifically called out a condition of no dewatering within the 100-foot upland review area as part of your original permit. Now, granted, the entire well drilling project was within the regulated upland review area, but I just wanted to call that out. There were some other considerations as far as fuel refueling and no storage of fuel tanks within the upland review area. And that has not occurred during this process either.
Okay.
But I guess the only other yes is that the last conditions were that you know, the water company easement, they acknowledged that there was some drilling within the easement or running of lines, but that the depth not exceed 18 inches within their easement area. probably would be a good idea for us to send this revision to the water company and have them take a quick look at this ahead of your next meeting, just to see if they had any recommendations or concerns, since it is activity that occurs within their easement area. That's my only other recommendation.
Yeah, it appears from the plan that the actual water line itself might be a couple of feet, so we could actually slide it while we'll be in the easement area. The actual water line itself, we could slide that a couple of feet away from the actual line. We're not excavating that area. That's not a problem. That is the actual line location marked delineated in the field is shown on the plan.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have a
Yeah,
concern of it or not, but it just to.
I could get an answer before the special meeting.
Okay. So it sounds like people would like a special meeting to go with our other special meeting. Any other questions from the agency for the applicants or town staff?
No.
Okay. Well, since we're already doing a special meeting, I'm gonna move that we set a special meeting for application 18-38, 6-9 Campus Drive to coincide with the same special meeting for 24-17.
I'll second it.
All right. Any questions, comments? Anybody else want to talk a lot? Nope. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye, thank
Any-
you.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, great. So we will see you guys for our special meeting later this month. Exciting.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm logging off. You won't see me again tonight.
Yay.
Lucky.
Bye.
All right, so we're gonna go through these. The next application for receipt is 24-18, 88 Wildcat Springs. This is for regular activity for grading and drainage within a 100-foot upland review area. I hope that the applicant adds a little more information going forward. This next application for receipt, well, I'll slow down. So does anybody have any questions about the Wildcat Springs application? Or if you looked on the map, it's in a very flat area next to a pond. And I think you can easily see it from the road if you want to take a look at it.
Okay.
I'm always happy to do site walks. I love site walks. But this one I think is an easy one to look at from the road. And it looks like it's a vacant lot right now. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's on Wildcat Springs. There's a pond behind it and it's just this vacant lot. So you can just see the whole thing. It's pretty flat.
Okay.
I guess what I would just say is it wasn't, it looks like they want to do a house, but they're only getting this activity permit for grading and drainage. All right.
Okay.
The next application is 24-19, 38 Opening Hill Road. This is for a subdivision that we approved, I think, sometime last year. We walked the property.
Yep.
And I think it's 3-4 houses.
3 lots.
3 lots. And
One of them did not need was not,
right.
didn't have to go to wetlands. Yeah.
Right, but 2 do need.
2 and 3 do. Yes.
Yeah. So two of this 3-lot subdivision were going to be coming before us, and that's what this is. So we did walk this. It was a property that's kind of hilly. It had some wetlands. It had a vernal pond. It had frog eggs. So we've walked it within the last year. And I know you can drive by and see the construction on Opening Hill where this is taking place. I don't know if people felt that we needed a site walk for this one to look at the house
Nope.
or not. No. I'm hearing no. I'm actually hearing nothing, but no is
Said
fine.
no.
Okay. Okay. All right. Since we'll be seeing each other anyway on Zoom. But I think for the ones that we have flagged that you can drive by, be great. So those received. Then we have our violations. We have 129 Green Hill Road. And I guess is there a brief update?
Yeah, they've completed completed the removal of the trees and the brush. Tree company, which it's called Tree Company, did the work under the with the direction of Michelle Ford. Took a couple of days. They got delayed one day because of the rain. I was out there prior to it, midway when they were working, and out after. It's amazing. So they are now in the process of completing tasks number 2 and 3, 3 and 4, which was the functions and values and the planting plan, the restoration plan. So they're on target, and she reached out to me today and said they did have a delay for the functions and values because of the rain, but they should have all the information, or at least that information, by the 6th. So she's keeping in touch, and I'm been by there frequently. So
Okay. And then our other violation is 22-36 Race Hill Road. This is for the construction of the bridge that
Yes.
we have taken away the permit and have been wanting updates on what's been happening. So
yeah.
Is there anything that's been happening with all the rain? I guess that's what we had asked, is that
Yes, Mike is I just shoot, my computer just cracked. Mike Ott has been out there. He sent an email in that he had been out to monitor. I'm sorry, my documents just all crashed on me. Yeah, he did send an email. He said everything was holding up fine. Where is it? Monitoring your email, 3/28. And it did an inspection, a site inspection, actually last Thursday, and the temporary cofferdam and sedimentation controls are in place and seem to be well maintained. He didn't see any erosion or sedimentation. So,
Okay. All right.
yeah, he asked if that could, suffice as his formal report.
Well,
Yes.
I guess, yeah. I mean, that we just want to make sure that someone's watching the site during
Yes.
these rain events. So an email is fine with updates. Okay, and then my understanding is we will come back to this in May if everything is still okay. We reinstate the permit.
You can reinstate the permit now if you'd like. I mean, he could start the work according to the conditions of the previous approval. He can only work from, I think, April to October. If I may be mistaken, but I think that was it. So if you wanted to, if you felt comfortable, Mike has been out there a few times. That was the only the actual. I've talked to him once, and he emailed this last time after the rainfall on Saturday. So if you wanted to reinstate it, you could.
What were the so are all the conditions, what are the
He-
other conditions that are met for like when he actually starts again? Because we still want reports, my understanding
Yes,
was.
that is part. And so he paid the bond, which was one of the other outstanding, which he did that last month. And the only thing we were waiting for is like a month's worth of, reports from any rainfall. That was what we were waiting for, and that's what happened. So I did do I didn't do a staff report, but I did a resolution, which I can't find. Here it is. That asks, that you can reinstate it with all the original conditions, 1 through 7 and add an additional condition of to still get the monitoring within 24 hours at the end of a storm event.
The existing permit requires that the actual construction of the arch culvert be monitored by the design engineer and a certified professional wetland scientist. That's already required.
Okay.
Your timeframes are for work only between the months of April 1st through October 31st, as Maria mentioned. And it would be staff's recommendation to incorporate an additional condition requiring that ENS control expert to remain active through this project, given the track record of construction activities here.
Okay. All right. Well, yes, thank you for highlighting the conditions. As I recall, they were pretty specific. So if we wanted to do this, do we just, I mean,
You can make a motion to reinstate the permit.
okay, with the conditions plus the additional condition.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have something if you want to see it.
You can share it. So I know it's late.
Mhm.
But but are people okay with reinstating this permit, given that they've been meeting, that all these conditions have been imposed, have been met?
I am, particularly if Mike is still going out there and
Okay,
issue.
because it also gets this off of our agenda, which is the
Yes. Yep.
All right, well, I'll make a motion that we reinstate the permit for 22-36 Race Hill Road with all of the original conditions, as well as an additional condition that an ENS specialist visit the site within 24 hours after rain event and give us an update on the conditions. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, any comments or any changing of wording on that will help? Did I get that right?
It could be a little more specific. It was
Okay.
drafted in accordance with the, again, the state's recommendations for ENS and manual. So the recommendation is to retain an independent soil and erosion control expert to monitor soil and erosion controls on site and to conduct inspections at least once a week and within 24 hours of the end of a storm with a rainfall amount of a ½ inch or greater, and to submit a report to the inland wetlands agent after each inspection, but not less than once a week.
Okay, I like that better. So we can add what Aaron just read as motion. Okay, well, all in favor of the motion as amended? Raise your hand and say aye. All right.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Okay, so we are gonna scoot along. We've got our section 13s. That we're gonna assume town staff did a beautiful job on.
Wonderful.
And then we have our approval of minutes. I'm just gonna say, I didn't have a chance to look over the minutes. I'm gonna make a motion that we table these unless someone.
I tried it. There was a problem with the link when I tried to get it this afternoon. I don't know
Okay.
whether it's doing something wrong or not.
Well, I'm gonna move that we table the minutes to our next meeting.
Second.
Perfect.
All right, everybody in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? No. Okay. Thank you. My remarks are thank you for persevering for a long meeting. Hopefully next month won't be so bad, and hopefully our special meetings will go very quickly. Any inland wetlands agent comments?
No.
I just tried to get to the minutes again and I couldn't get to them. So if we're going to talk about them.
We can send you the link, but they're on the town website.
Yeah, I
Where
just-
the agenda, in the agenda center, but I can resend you the link.
Okay.
I,
That's fine. We'll do those next time and I'll try to download them and send them out as well. Okay, so any other comments? Anybody want to make a last motion? I'm gonna move we adjourn. You guys are just so.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Raise your hand, say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
We adjourned at 11. That was a nice even number. See you guys in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.